Hello there, my dreamy travellers. Tonight, beneath the silent pool of the moon, we'll drift through a story woven in silver light and shadowed hearts as we wander into ECLIPSE of the Twilight saga. This is where love burns brighter and danger hides in every heartbeat. So close your eyes, breathe in very slow, feel the chill of the empty night, and let the world of Bella, Edward, and Jacob draw you deeper into dreams. Bella Swan had been to hell and back, though hell in her case had taken the form of an ancient Italian city built on volcanic stone, where vampires ruled from shadows and death wore a beautiful face, Volterra. She'd gone there to save Edward Cullen from destroying himself, had offered her own mortality to the Volturi in exchange for his existence, and had somehow, miraculously, walked away with both their lives intact. But nothing that had happened there, not the throne room or Jane's torture, or Aro's ancient hunger, had prepared her for what came after. Coming home, the return to Forks should have been triumphant, a victory against impossible odds. Edward was alive, and more than that, he was staying. He'd promised never to leave her again, had admitted that his departure months earlier had been a misguided attempt to protect her that had nearly destroyed them both. He loved her. She loved him. By any reasonable logic, this should have been enough. But Bella had learned that love, particularly immortal love, operated by its own complicated mathematics. The flight from Italy back to Seattle had been long, and Bella had slept through most of it, exhausted from terror and relief in equal measure. Edward had held her the entire time, his cold arms a comfort she thought she'd lost forever. Alice sat across the aisle, her expression distant as she watched possible futures unfold and collapse, guiding them away from timelines where the Volturi changed their minds and came hunting. Charlie had been waiting at the airport, his face a storm of conflicting emotions when he saw Bella emerge from the terminal. Relief, fury, confusion, love. He'd hugged her hard enough to hurt, then immediately grounded her for the foreseeable future for running off to Italy without explanation. Bella had accepted the punishment without argument, knowing she deserved far worse in his eyes, knowing she could never explain the truth of where she'd been or why. That had been 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks of restricted freedom, of Charlie watching her with worried eyes that suggested he suspected something deeper than teenage rebellion. 3 weeks of Edward's constant presence, his determination to prove his commitment to staying manifested in barely leaving her side. 3 weeks of trying to return to normal when normal no longer existed. Spring had come to Forks with his usual reluctance, the endless winter rain grudgingly giving way to slightly warmer spring rain. The temperature climbed from the low 40s into the high 40s, and occasionally, on truly optimistic days, the low 50s Fahrenheit. The sun remained a distant memory, hidden behind the perpetual cloud cover that turned the sky into a grey blanket pressed low over the town. But there were signs of life returning to the forest, wildflowers pushing through the mud, birds returning from wherever they'd fled for winter. A green so vivid it almost hurt to look at. as if the trees were making up for the sun's absence with their own internal light. Bella's life had resumed its rhythms, or at least the appearance of them. School, 5 days a week at Forks High, where she sat beside Edward in biology and tried to focus on cellular respiration instead of the cold marble hand that occasionally brushed against hers. Lunch in the cafeteria with the Cullens at their usual isolated table, beautiful and apart, while the rest of the student body pretended not to stare. Homework in the evenings at the dining room table under Charlie's watchful eye. Edward officially banned from the house after 6 in the evening, but secretly climbing through Bella's window every night to keep his vigil while she slept. But underneath the surface normalcy, everything had changed. Edward had returned from Italy with a desperation that manifested as constant vigilance. He drove her to school every morning in his silver Volvo, music from the 1930s playing softly through the speakers. He walked her to every class, waiting outside doors like a beautiful, anxious guard. He sat beside her at lunch, his topaz eyes constantly scanning for threats that never materialized. And at night, after Charlie had gone to bed, Edward would appear in her room like a ghost, settling into the rocking chair in the corner to watch her sleep, with an intensity that should have been unsettling, but instead brought comfort. He was terrified of losing her again. Bella could see it in every overprotective gesture, every moment of hovering, every instance where he materialized at her side before she'd even realized she needed him. The months apart, the Alice's vision of Bella dead, his near-suicide attempt in Volterra's main plaza, all of it had scarred him in ways that vampire healing couldn't touch. He'd survived for over a century without fear, and now he was afraid every moment of every day. Bella understood. She felt it too. The constant low-level anxiety that whispered this happiness was temporary, that something would come to tear them apart again. She'd learned in Volterra that the Volturi didn't make idle promises. They'd let her leave alive on the condition that she would eventually be transformed, become one of the immortals rather than remain a vulnerable human who knew too much. The timeline was vague, but the requirement was absolute. Either she would become a vampire or the Volturi would kill her for knowing their secret, which brought them to the central conflict that now defined their relationship. Bella wanted to be transformed, not eventually, not someday in the distant future, but soon, as soon as possible, immediately, if anyone would agree to it. She had a dozen reasons, each one feeling more urgent than the last. The Volturi's decree hanging over her head like a sword, the danger that seemed to follow her wherever she went, threats that a human body couldn't survive, the simple mathematics of time, that every day she remained human was a day she grew older, while Edward remained frozen at 17, the fear, bone deep and constant, that Edward would realize she wasn't worth the trouble and leave again. But mostly, she wanted transformation because she wanted forever with him, wanted eternity at his side, wanted to be his equal, rather than this fragile thing he had to constantly protect, wanted to stop being the weakness that enemies could exploit, wanted to become part of his world fully, rather than existing in this liminal space between human and vampire. Edward, predictably, refused. They'd had the argument a dozen times in the 3 weeks since Italy, in her room after Charlie slept, in the Volvo during drives through the forest, in the clearing where he'd first shown her what he looked like in sunlight. The conversation followed the same patterns each time, variations on a theme they couldn't seem to resolve. Bella would state her case, the Volturi's requirements, the danger she posed to herself and his family, her desire to be with him forever, her willingness to give up humanity for immortality. Edward would counter with his own arguments, each one delivered with the kind of passionate intensity that came from genuine anguish. She was too young to make such a permanent decision. She didn't understand what she'd be giving up, the weight of eternity, the loss of her soul. He wanted her to experience human life fully, to go to college and age and have children and grandchildren. He wanted her to have choices that transformation would steal forever. He couldn't be responsible for damning her to immortal existence, couldn't live with himself if she ever regretted choosing him. The arguments went in circles, neither of them willing to concede, neither of them able to find compromise. Until one night, Edward had proposed a solution that was somehow worse than the stalemate. They'd been in Bella's room, the house quiet around them, rain pattering against the window with its usual persistence. Edward sat on the bed beside her, his expression carrying the weight of a decision made reluctantly, painfully. "I'll make you a deal," he'd said, his voice careful and measured. "I'll agree to your transformation, but only after certain conditions are met." Bella had felt hope spike through her chest, sharp and sudden. What conditions? Edward had taken her hand, his cold fingers threading through her warm ones. "First, you finish high school, graduate. You've worked for this, and you should complete it." That was only a few weeks away. Bella had nodded immediately. "Okay, what else?" "Second," Edward had continued, his jaw tightening slightly, "you experience at least some of human life after high school. Go to college, even if just for a semester or a year. See what it's like to be independent, to make choices without the weight of immortality hanging over you." Bella had started to protest, but Edward had pressed a cold finger to her lips. "And third," he'd said, his eyes meeting hers with an intensity that stole her breath, "you marry me first." The words had landed like a physical blow. Marriage. Bella had stared at him, certain she'd misheard, that the rain outside had distorted his voice into saying something impossible. But Edward's expression remained serious, earnest, waiting for her response. "You're joking," she'd finally managed. "I've never been more serious about anything," Edward had replied. "If you want forever with me, if you want eternity, then I want to do this properly, the way it should be done. Marriage first, then transformation. That's my condition." Bella's mind had reeled. Marriage at 18, marriage barely out of high school. Marriage like her parents had done, rushing into forever without understanding the weight of the promise, ending in divorce and decades of complicated co-parenting. Marriage was where love went to die slowly. In her experience, marriage was legal documents and joint bank accounts and the slow erosion of romance into obligation. But Edward had come from a different era, a time when marriage preceded everything else, when propriety and tradition mattered. He was offering her eternity, but he wanted to do it according to the values he'd been raised with, the moral framework that had survived a century of change. "I need to think about it," Bella had said, and Edward had nodded, his expression suggesting he'd expected nothing else. That conversation had been a week ago, and Bella still hadn't given him an answer. The idea sat in her mind like a stone, heavy and uncomfortable. She wanted Edward forever, wanted transformation, wanted to stop being human and vulnerable and temporary. But marriage felt like a different kind of permanence, one that scared her in ways vampirism didn't. The other Cullens had opinions about the situation, delivered with varying degrees of subtlety. Alice was thrilled about the possibility of planning a wedding, her visions apparently showing multiple timelines where Bella walked down an aisle in white. She'd already started making sketches of dresses and venue layouts, her enthusiasm completely undeterred by Bella's lack of commitment. Weddings were Alice's favorite kind of party, elaborate productions where her gift for seeing the future could ensure perfect weather and perfect timing and perfect everything. Carlyle had spoken to Bella privately one afternoon at their house, his kind eyes understanding as he'd explained Edward's perspective. Edward sees transformation as damnation, Carlyle had said gently. He believes he's damned, that all of us are damned, and the thought of being responsible for stealing your soul torments him. Marriage, in his mind, is a way of honoring you before taking something he believes is precious beyond measure. It's his way of trying to do right by you. Esme had hugged Bella and whispered that she supported whatever Bella decided, but that she understood both sides of the conflict. Esme, who had been transformed to save her life after tragedy, who had woken to immortality and found love waiting, seemed to understand the complicated mathematics of choice better than most. Emmett had laughed and made jokes about wedding nights, earning a sharp look from Edward and an elbow to the ribs from Rosalie. But beneath the humor, even Emmett seemed to think marriage, before transformation, was reasonable, a proper order of operations. Rosalie, surprisingly, had been the only one who'd explicitly sided with Bella's reluctance. She'd found Bella alone in the Cullen house one afternoon and spoken with unusual directness. "Don't let them rush you into anything," Rosalie had said. "Marriage, transformation, any of it. These choices are permanent. Bella, make sure you're choosing what you really want, not just what he wants, or what makes everyone else comfortable." It had been the most supportive thing Rosalie had ever said to her, and Bella had been too surprised to do more than nod. Jasper, as usual, kept his opinions to himself, but radiated calm whenever the tension in the house escalated over the marriage question. His empathic abilities made him invaluable for keeping family discussions from devolving into actual conflict, smoothing over rough emotional edges before anyone said something they'd regret. School provided a welcome distraction from the intensity of her personal life. Forks High School in late May was consumed with the approaching end of the year. Senior year, specifically, with graduation looming just weeks away, the hallways buzzed with conversations about college acceptances and summer plans, and the general euphoria of imminent freedom. Bella had applied to several universities at Edward's insistence, though she had no intention of actually attending any of them. The whole exercise felt like an elaborate pretense, maintaining the fiction of a normal human future she had no interest in pursuing. Still, the acceptance letters had arrived, official documents welcoming her to institutions of higher learning in Alaska and other suitably overcast locations where the Cullens could plausibly exist. Charlie had been proud when the letters came, his gruff exterior cracking to reveal genuine pleasure at his daughter's accomplishments. He'd even mentioned that he'd help with tuition, that he'd been saving money for her education since she was born. The guilt of deceiving him sat heavy in Bella's chest, knowing these plans would never materialize, that she'd be making excuses soon about deferring enrollment or changing her mind entirely. Jessica Stanley, still friendly despite their diverging social circles, had been talking non-stop about the upcoming graduation party the Cullens were hosting. Alice had announced the event weeks ago, declaring that the entire senior class was invited to the Cullen house for a celebration. Jessica was transparently excited about seeing inside the mysterious Cullen home, about being included in something the beautiful, strange family was hosting. "Is it true their house is all glass and white furniture?" Jessica had asked at lunch one day, her voice carrying the breathy excitement of someone hoping for confirmation of rumors. "And that Dr. Cullen is like ridiculously rich?" Bella had shrugged non-committally, not wanting to contribute to the gossip, but also not wanting to lie outright. Alice would make sure the party was perfect. She always did. Mike Newton had finally stopped his persistent attempts to ask Bella out, apparently accepting that she and Edward were together in some permanent fashion. He'd moved his attention to Jessica, who seemed pleased by the development, even if she spent most of her time talking about other boys. The whole social dynamic felt distant to Bella, like watching people through glass, their concerns and dramas happening in a world she no longer quite inhabited. Angela Weber remained Bella's closest human friend, quiet and observant and kind in ways that made her easy company. They'd study together sometimes after school, and Angela never pushed for information about Edward or the Cullens, seemed content to let Bella maintain whatever privacy she needed. It was a gift Bella appreciated more than Angela probably knew. The treaty with the Quileute tribe remained unbroken but strained. Bella hadn't seen Jacob Black since before Italy, since before Edward's return. Jacob, who had been her best friend during those dark months when Edward was gone, who had pulled her out of depression with his warmth and humor and uncomplicated affection. Jacob, who had turned out to be a werewolf, a shapeshifter, a member of an ancient line of protectors whose sole purpose was hunting and killing vampires. The treaty between the Cullens and the Quileutes was old, negotiated decades ago, when Carlisle's coven had first moved to the area. The terms were simple. The Cullens wouldn't hunt humans, and they would stay off Quileute land. In exchange, the tribe wouldn't expose them or hunt them. But the treaty was built on ancient enmity, on instincts that screamed enemy whenever vampire and werewolf came too close. Jacob had made it clear before Bella left for Italy that he couldn't be around Edward, that the urge to attack was too strong, too primal to ignore. So Bella had lost her best friend, along with everything else. The price of choosing Edward, of loving a vampire, meant accepting that Jacob would remain on his side of the boundary line while she remained on hers. It hurt in a different way than Edward's absence had hurt, a chronic ache rather than an acute wound, but it hurt nonetheless. Charlie had noticed Jacob's absence and commented on it several times, his tone suggesting he preferred Jacob's company to Edward's. Charlie had never quite warmed to Edward, still suspicious of the boy who'd taken his daughter to Italy under mysterious circumstances, who'd broken up with her in September, only to return in March with renewed devotion. Billy Black, Jacob's father and Charlie's best friend, had apparently been filling Charlie's head with concerns about the Cullens, though he stopped short of explaining the real reasons for his unease. Bella navigated these complicated relationships with exhaustion, feeling pulled in too many directions at once. Edward wanted marriage before transformation. Charlie wanted her to go to college and live a normal life. Jacob wanted her to choose humanity and warmth over immortality and cold stone. Alice wanted a wedding to plan. The Volturi wanted her transformed or dead. And Bella herself wanted simply to stop being the fragile human at the center of everyone else's desires, wanted to become something that could stand on its own rather than constantly needing protection. At night, after Charlie had gone to bed and Edward had climbed through her window, they would lie together on her narrow bed, Bella warm and Edward cold, and talk about everything except the arguments they couldn't resolve. Edward would tell her stories about his century of existence, about speakeasies in the 1920s and Model Ts, and watching the world change around him while he remained frozen. Bella would tell him about Phoenix, about childhood memories of heat and sunshine, and the mother who had raised her with love and chaos in equal measure. These moments were the best parts of Bella's days. The quiet hours when she could pretend the complications didn't exist, when it was just the two of them suspended in the twilight space between night and morning. Edward would hum music he'd written decades ago, complex melodies that spoke of loneliness and longing. Bella would drift towards sleep with his cold arms around her, feeling safer than she had any right to feel given the number of supernatural threats that seemed to orbit her existence. But even in these peaceful moments, questions lingered. How long could this balance last? How long before the Volturi's patience ran out? How long before Charlie noticed that Edward never seemed to age, that none of the Cullens did? How long before some new danger emerged to threaten this fragile happiness? Bella didn't have answers, could only live day by day and hope that when the next crisis came, they'd face it together. Edward had promised never to leave her again, had sworn it in Volterra with an intensity that felt like a binding vow. She believed him, trusted that this time was different, that he understood now that leaving her didn't protect her, only broke them both. So she went to school and did homework and smiled at Charlie's awkward attempts at parenting. She sat in the Cullen house and listened to Alice plan impossible parties and Emmett tell exaggerated stories. She lay awake at night with Edward's arms around her and tried not to think about the marriage proposal that hung between them like a challenge. Graduation was 3 weeks away. Summer stretched beyond that, long and uncertain. And somewhere in that future, Bella would have to make her choice. Marriage or transformation without it, Edward's conditions or her own terms, the human life everyone wanted her to live, or the immortal one she'd already chosen in her heart. But tonight, in this moment, she had Edward's cold presence beside her and the rain falling outside, and the knowledge that they'd survived Volterra together. It would have to be enough for now. The rest could wait for tomorrow, or the day after, or however long she could put off deciding between the different forevers being offered to her. Spring rain fell on Forks, as it always did, and Bella Swan slept in her narrow bed with a vampire keeping watch, suspended between human and immortal, between choice and fate, between the life she'd known and the one that waited just beyond her reach. The first Saturday of June arrived with unexpected sunshine, a rarity so profound in Forks that it felt almost supernatural. Bella woke to light streaming through her window, actual golden sunlight that painted rectangles across her bedroom floor. For a moment, still caught in the fog of sleep, she felt disoriented, as if she'd woken up in Phoenix by mistake. Then reality settled, and with it, understanding. Sunshine meant the Cullens would be absent, hidden away wherever they went when the sky cleared, and their diamond-bright skin would reveal them as something other than human. Edward had warned her the night before that good weather was forecasted, had apologized in advance for the distance he'd have to maintain. "We can't risk exposure," he'd said, his expression pained. "Not now. Not with everything else hanging over us." Charlie was in an excellent mood at breakfast, humming tunelessly as he made eggs and bacon with unusual enthusiasm. The sunshine had transformed him, reminded him of why he'd stayed in this perpetually grey town despite the weather's best attempts to drive him away. "Beautiful day," he said, sliding a plate in front of Bella. "You should get outside. Enjoy it while it lasts. Maybe call one of your friends. Do something normal for once." There was gentle emphasis on the word normal, a not-so-subtle suggestion that she'd been spending too much time with Edward and not enough time being a regular teenager. Bella recognized the concern beneath his words, the fatherly worry that manifested as awkward suggestions rather than direct confrontation. "Maybe I will," Bella said, though she had no particular friends in mind. Jessica would be busy with Mike. Angela was visiting relatives in Portland. The Cullens were all in hiding, which left one option. One person she'd been avoiding for weeks. One friendship that had been sacrificed on the altar of choosing Edward, Jacob Black. The thought of him brought a complicated mix of emotions. Guilt for abandoning him, longing for his easy companionship, anxiety about whether their friendship could survive the supernatural divide between them. Jacob was a werewolf, designed by nature and ancient magic to hunt and kill vampires. Edward was a vampire, the very thing Jacob's instincts screamed at him to destroy. The treaty between the Cullens and the Quileutes kept them from open warfare, but it didn't erase the fundamental incompatibility. Still, Charlie's suggestion lingered. It was a beautiful day. She was essentially alone, with Edward unable to shadow her every move, and she missed Jacob with an ache that had become familiar over the past weeks, a Jacob-shaped absence in her life that nothing else quite filled. Before she could talk herself out of it, Bella picked up the phone and dialed the number she still knew by heart. Billy Black answered on the third ring, his voice warm and familiar. "Swan Residence," he said, clearly having checked the caller ID. "To what do we owe the pleasure?" "Hi, Billy. Is Jacob around?" There was a pause, loaded with meaning Bella couldn't quite interpret. "He's here," Billy said finally. "Been moping around the house all morning. I'm sure he'd be happy to hear from you, Bella." "Hold on." She heard muffled sounds, Billy calling for Jacob, a distant response she couldn't make out. Then footsteps, closer, and finally Jacob's voice, carefully neutral in a way that made her chest tight. "Bella." "Hi, Jake." She forced brightness into her tone. "I was wondering if you wanted to do something today. It's actually sunny, and I thought maybe we could go to First Beach, or just hang out. If you're not busy." Another pause. Then, his voice slightly warmer. "You want to hang out? With me?" "Of course, with you. Who else would I be calling?" "I don't know," Jacob said, and she could hear the smile creeping into his voice, despite his attempt to maintain distance. "Maybe you butt-dialed me while trying to reach your bloodsucker." "Don't call him that," Bella said automatically, but without heat. "So is that a yes?" "Yeah," Jacob said, and now he sounded genuinely pleased. "Yeah, Bella, that's a yes. Come down whenever. I'll be in the garage." Charlie was thrilled when Bella told him she was going to La Push for the day. He practically pushed her out the door, clearly viewing this as a healthier social choice than spending another day with Edward. Bella didn't correct his assumption, just grabbed her jacket and headed for her truck. The drive from Forks to La Push took about 40 minutes, winding through dense forest before opening up to the coast. Bella had made this drive dozens of times during those dark months after Edward left, when Jacob had been her lifeline, the only thing keeping her from drowning entirely in grief. She knew every curve of the road, every landmark. The familiarity was comforting. La Push was warmer than Forks, always a few degrees milder due to its coastal location. Today, with the sun actually shining, it felt almost balmy, the temperature climbing into the low 60s Fahrenheit. The reservation stretched along the beach, houses scattered among the trees, most of them modest and weathered by salt air and time. Billy and Jacob's house was small and red, with a wheelchair ramp leading to the front door. Bella parked her truck beside Jacob's rabbit and sat for a moment, gathering courage. She hadn't seen Jacob since before Italy, hadn't spoken to him since Edward's return. Their last conversation had been tense. Jacob making it clear he couldn't be around Edward, that his werewolf nature wouldn't allow it. But this was Jacob, her best friend, the boy who'd rebuilt motorcycles with her and made her laugh when she'd forgotten how. Surely that was worth fighting for. Before she could knock, the front door opened and Jacob emerged, and Bella's breath caught at the sight of him. He'd changed. She'd known he would have, intellectually. Werewolves ran hot, burned through calories at an impossible rate, developed muscle mass that seemed almost exaggerated. But knowing it and seeing it were different things. Jacob had grown even taller, had to be at least 6 feet 7 inches now. His frame filled out with lean muscle that made him look older than his 16 years. He wore only cut-off shorts despite the cool air, his russet skin gleaming in the sunlight, his black hair even longer than before, pulled back in a cord at his neck. But it was his smile that caught her, that familiar grin that had survived the transformation, that reminded her why she'd missed him so desperately. "Bella," he said, and there was such warmth in his voice that she felt tears prick her eyes. He crossed the distance between them in 3 long strides and pulled her into a hug that lifted her off her feet. His body heat was startling, furnace hot against her, so different from Edward's marble cold. "I missed you," she said into his shoulder, and meant it completely. "Missed you too," Jake replied, setting her down but keeping one arm around her shoulders. "Come on, I've been working on the rabbit. Want to help?" The garage was exactly as she remembered it. Organized chaos, filled with tools and car parts, and the lingering smell of motor oil. Jacob had a motorcycle propped on a stand, some new project he was clearly in the middle of. Music played from a paint-splattered radio in the corner, classic rock that Jacob hummed along to as he worked. They fell into easy rhythm, Jacob explaining what he was doing while Bella handed him tools and listened. It was comfortable, familiar, like slipping into clothes she'd forgotten she owned. Jacob didn't mention Edward. Bella didn't mention the wedding proposal or transformation, or any of the complicated supernatural politics consuming her life. For a few hours, they were just Jacob and Bella, friends working on a motorcycle in a sunny garage. But eventually, inevitably, the elephant in the room had to be addressed. "So," Jacob said, his hand stilling on the wrench he'd been using, "he's back. For good this time?" Bella nodded, sitting on an overturned crate. "He's back. He promised he wouldn't leave again. And you believe him?" "I do," Bella said quietly. "I know you don't understand Jake, but I love him, and he loves me." Jacob's expression tightened, his jaw clenching in a way that made the muscles jump. "I understand more than you think," he said. "I understand that he's a vampire, Bella. I understand that everything in my DNA is screaming at me to destroy him. I understand that you're choosing to spend your life with something that could kill you without even trying." "He wouldn't," Bella said. "Edward would never hurt me, not on purpose." "Maybe," Jacob conceded, "but accidents happen, especially with vampires. We've heard stories, Bella. Stories about what happens when vampires get too close to humans they care about. It never ends well." There was something in his tone that made Bella pause. "We, the pack," Jacob said. "There are more of us now. The transformation spreads when vampires are near. Sam's still the alpha, but there's me and Paul and Embry and Jared. Quill just phased last week. It's like a chain reaction. The more vampires in the area, the more of us transform to deal with the threat. Bella processed this information, the implications of it. More werewolves meant the Cullens' presence was actively changing the reservation, forcing teenage boys into supernatural transformations, whether they wanted it or not. The guilt of that settled heavy in her stomach. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't know it worked like that." Jacob's expression softened. "It's not your fault, Bells. This is what we're meant to do. Protect the tribe. Protect the people we care about. It's in our blood. Literally. But it makes everything complicated." "Tell me about it," Bella said. Complicated seemed to be the defining characteristic of her life lately. Jacob set down his wrench and came to sit beside her on a stack of tires, his shoulder brushing hers. The heat of him was almost overwhelming this close, like sitting next to a bonfire. "So tell me," he said, "what's really going on? You didn't just come down here for motorcycle maintenance." Bella hesitated, then decided honesty was better than evasion. "Edward asked me to marry him." Jacob went very still beside her. The only movement was the sudden acceleration of his breathing, his chest rising and falling faster. "Marry him," he repeated, his voice flat. "You're 18, Bella. I know. You're supposed to go to college, live your life, experience things, not tie yourself to some century-old vampire who wants to turn you into a monster." "He doesn't want to turn me," Bella said. "That's the problem. I want to be transformed, and he's making marriage a condition of agreeing to it." Jacob stood abruptly, pacing across the garage like a caged animal. "This is insane," he said. "You can't seriously be considering this. Marriage, transformation, throwing away your entire human life for him." "I love him, Jake," Bella said simply, "and this is what I want. I know you don't understand, but this is my choice." "It's not a choice if you don't know what you're giving up," Jacob countered. "Have you thought about what transformation means, Bella? Really thought about it? You'll never be warm again, never sleep, never eat, never have kids, never grow old with someone. You'll be frozen exactly as you are right now, forever. That's not living, that's existing." The words hit harder than Bella wanted to admit because they echoed her own occasional doubts, the quiet fears she didn't let herself examine too closely. But beneath those fears was a certainty that felt unshakable. She wanted Edward more than she wanted warmth or sleep or any theoretical future children. "I've thought about it," Bella said quietly. "I've thought about all of it, and I still choose him. I still choose that life." Jacob ran his hands through his hair, frustration radiating from every line of his body. "What about me?" he asked, and his voice cracked slightly on the words. "What about us, Bella? Doesn't our friendship mean anything?" "Of course it does," Bella said, standing to face him. "Jake, you're one of my best friends. I've missed you so much these past weeks. But you're asking me to choose between my friendship with you and my future with Edward, and that's not fair." "Nothing about this is fair," Jacob said. "The treaty says we can't hurt the Cullens as long as they don't hurt humans or come on our land. But it doesn't say I have to like it. It doesn't say I have to watch you throw your life away and pretend I'm okay with it." "Then don't watch," Bella said, and immediately regretted the harshness of her tone. "I'm sorry, Jake. I don't want to fight with you. I came here because I missed you, because I wanted my friend back. But if you can't accept my choices, if you can't be around me while I'm with Edward, then maybe we can't be friends right now." The words hung between them, brutal in their honesty. Jacob stared at her, his dark eyes full of hurt and anger, and something else, something Bella was afraid to name. "I can't just turn off how I feel about you," Jacob said finally. his voice low. "I can't just accept that you're choosing him over everything else. Over me. I'm not choosing him over you," Bella protested. "It's not the same thing. What I feel for Edward, what we have, it's different." "Is it?" Jacob challenged. "Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you've picked the vampire over the guy who's been there for you, who pulled you out of your depression, who actually gives a damn about keeping you human and alive." "That's not fair," Bella said again, but her voice lacked conviction. Because wasn't there truth in what Jacob was saying? Hadn't he been there when she was broken, when Edward had left her shattered? Hadn't Jacob been the one to put her back together, piece by patient piece? The silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken things. Finally, Jacob sighed, the fight seeming to drain out of him. "I don't want to lose you, Bells," he said. "Even if I can't have you the way I want, I don't want you gone from my life completely. So if this is what you need, if you need to be with him, then I'll try. I'll try to accept it, even if it kills me." "Jake," Bella started, but he held up a hand. "But I need you to promise me something," he said. "Promise me you'll really think about this, about transformation, about marriage, about giving up everything human. Promise me you won't rush into it just because he wants you to, or because you're scared of the Volturi. Promise me you'll make sure it's really what you want." "I promise," Bella said, and meant it. "I'm not rushing into anything. I'm taking time to think about all of it." Jacob nodded, seeming marginally satisfied. Okay, that's something. Now come on," he said, forcing a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Let's go down to the beach. Sam and the others are probably there, and you should meet them properly. They've heard all about Charlie's daughter who hangs out with vampires." The walk to First Beach took 15 minutes, following a worn path through the trees. Jacob talked as they walked, filling the silence with stories about the pack, about patrols and near misses with the Cullens on the treaty line, about the strange collective consciousness that came with being a werewolf. "When we're in wolf form, we can hear each other's thoughts," Jacob explained. "Everything. Memories, feelings, whatever's on your mind. It's useful for coordination during patrols, but it also means zero privacy. Sam knows every thought I've had about you, which is really annoying." Bella felt her cheeks warm. "Every thought? Every single one," Jacob confirmed, grinning now. "So you can imagine how thrilled they all are about the whole vampire lover situation." First Beach stretched before them, all dark sand and driftwood, and waves that crashed with rhythmic persistence against the shore. A group of young men clustered around a bonfire, their voices carrying across the beach. As Jacob and Bella approached, they turned, and Bella felt the weight of their collective attention. She recognized Sam Uli immediately, the oldest and clearly the leader, his face stern but not unkind. Beside him were others she'd seen around La Push, but never met properly. Paul, she guessed, from his aggressive stance and challenging stare. Embry, whose uncertain expression suggested he was caught between loyalty to Jacob and wariness of Bella. Jared, who seemed more curious than hostile, and standing slightly apart, a younger boy who looked about 15, watching everything with quiet intensity. "Everyone," Jacob said, his hand on Bella's shoulder. "This is Bella. Bella, this is the pack." Sam stood, moving forward with the controlled grace of someone very aware of his own strength. "Bella Swan," he said, his voice deep and measured. "We've heard a lot about you. I hope some of it was good," Bella said, attempting lightness. "Some of it," Sam allowed, and there might have been the ghost of a smile. "You're brave, I'll give you that. Not many humans would walk into a group of werewolves with a smile. "I know Jacob," Bella said. "I trust him. And if you're his brothers, his pack, then I trust you too." Something in Sam's expression shifted. Approval, perhaps, or at least a lessening of suspicion. "Sit," he said, gesturing to a log near the fire. "You're welcome here, Bella Swan. Treaty or no treaty, you're under our protection on this beach." The afternoon passed in a strange kind of peace. The pack members gradually relaxed around her, their initial wariness giving way to curiosity. They asked careful questions about the Cullens, about what it was like being close to vampires, about whether she was afraid. Bella answered honestly, explaining that the Cullens weren't like other vampires, that they chose not to hunt humans, that they were trying to be good despite their nature. Paul scoffed at that. "There's no such thing as a good vampire," he said. "They're parasites, every one of them. Doesn't matter if they drink animal blood or human blood. They're still dead things pretending to be alive." Jacob shot Paul a warning look, but Bella raised a hand. "It's okay," she said. "I understand why you'd think that, but the Cullens have proven themselves. They've been here for years without harming anyone. Carlisle is a doctor who saves human lives. That has to count for something." "It counts for them being good at hiding what they are," Paul retorted. "But their nature doesn't change, Bella. One day, one moment of weakness, and someone dies." The younger boy, who'd been silent until now, spoke up. His voice was lighter than the others, not yet fully settled into adult timbre. "I'm Seth," he said. "Leah's my brother. She's out on patrol right now, but she'd probably want to meet you too. Jacob talks about you a lot." "Seth," Jacob groaned, but Bella laughed, the sound surprising her with its genuineness. The sun began its slow descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink that seemed impossible after so many grey days. The pack members shared stories around the fire, legends of the tribe mixed with recent adventures, supernatural tales told with the casual acceptance of people living them daily. Billy appeared eventually, rolling down the beach in his wheelchair with practiced ease despite the sand. He nodded at Bella, his expression unreadable, then turned to Sam. "Council meeting tonight," he said. 8 o'clock. My place. Full pack attendance required." There was weight in his words, suggestion of serious matters being discussed. Sam nodded, and the pack began to disperse, heading back toward the reservation with promises to see Jacob later. Jacob walked Bella back to her truck as the light faded, his presence warm and solid beside her. "Today was good," he said quietly. "I'm glad you came, Bells. I know I was kind of a jerk earlier, with the whole marriage thing." "You weren't a jerk," Bella said. "You were honest. I appreciate that, even if I don't agree with everything you said." At her truck, Jacob pulled her into another hug, this one gentler than the first, tinged with melancholy. "Be careful," he said into her hair. "With him, with all of them. They might be trying to be good, but they're still dangerous. Don't forget that." "I won't," Bella promised. "And Jake, thank you for today, for being my friend even when it's hard." "Always," Jacob said, stepping back. "You know where to find me when you need a break from the cold ones." The drive back to Forks felt longer than the drive down, the sky darkening as Bella navigated the familiar curves. Her mind turned over the day's conversations, Jacob's concerns, the pack's protective wariness, the fundamental impossibility of reconciling the two halves of her life. She loved Edward with an intensity that sometimes frightened her, a love that felt like destiny and choice intertwined. But she also cared deeply for Jacob, valued his friendship, his warmth, his human normalcy, even in the midst of his supernatural transformation. The two felt incompatible, vampire and werewolf, cold and hot, forever and now. Charlie was waiting when she got home, pleased to see her return safely from La Push. "Did you have a good time?" he asked, his tone casual but his eyes watchful. "I did," Bella said honestly. "It was good to see Jacob again. I've missed him. He's a good kid," Charlie said. "Billy raised him right, and he's a better influence than that Cullen boy, if you ask me." Bella didn't argue, just excused herself to her room. She knew Edward would come later, after Charlie slept, would want to know about her day. The thought of explaining to Edward that she'd spent hours with Jacob, that she'd felt happy and comfortable and conflicted, made her stomach tight with anxiety. But when Edward did appear, climbing through her window with his usual silent grace, his expression held understanding rather than jealousy. "You saw Jacob," he said, "and it wasn't a question. How did you know?" "I can smell him on you," Edward said, and there was something almost sad in his voice. "The scent of werewolf. It's distinctive. Are you angry?" Edward crossed to her, his cold hands cupping her face gently. "No," he said. "I'm not angry. You need your friend, Bella. You need connections beyond me and my family. I don't want to be the reason you isolate yourself from everyone else." "He makes me happy," Bella admitted quietly, "in a different way than you do, but still happy. Is that wrong?" "No," Edward said, and pressed a cold kiss to her forehead. "That's not wrong at all. Jacob cares about you, wants to protect you. I can't fault him for that when I want the same thing, even if he is a werewolf who fantasizes about tearing me apart." "Does he really?" "Constantly," Edward said, but there was dark humor in his voice. "I can hear his thoughts when he's close enough to the treaty line. Very vivid, very violent thoughts, but I understand them. If someone threatened you the way he thinks I threaten you, I'd want to tear them apart too." They stood together in the darkness of her room, Bella warm and Edward cold, and for a moment the complicated impossibility of their situation felt almost manageable, almost simple. But Bella knew better, knew that sunshine days like today would be rare, that the careful balance between Cullens and werewolves was fragile, that every choice she made rippled outward in ways she couldn't fully predict. Tomorrow the clouds would return, and with them the Cullens. The marriage proposal still hung between her and Edward, unanswered. Graduation approached with alarming speed, and somewhere in Seattle, something was happening, something the Cullens watched with increasing concern. But tonight, Bella had reconnected with Jacob, had remembered what warmth felt like after weeks of cold, and that, at least, was something worth holding on to, even as everything else grew more complicated by the day. The news started as background noise, the kind of story that played on television while Charlie ate breakfast and Bella pretended to pay attention. Seattle, always Seattle. A city 3 hours north that seemed perpetually in crisis, its urban problems bleeding into the comfortable small-town isolation of Forks through the medium of morning broadcasts. But this was different. The first report came in early June, just days after Bella's visit to La Push. A missing persons case, a young man who'd vanished from the university district without a trace. His apartment had been found torn apart, furniture overturned, walls damaged in ways that suggested violence. But there was no blood, no body, no evidence of what had actually happened. The police were investigating, the reporter said with that practiced blend of concern and detachment. that characterized local news coverage. Charlie had shaken his head over his coffee, muttering about drugs and gang violence, the usual problems that plagued bigger cities. Bella had felt a cold trickle of unease down her spine but said nothing. One missing person didn't necessarily mean anything supernatural. People disappeared in cities all the time, for mundane and tragic human reasons. But then there was another, and another, and another. Within 2 weeks, the missing persons count had climbed to 7. All young adults, ages ranging from 19 to 28, all last seen in different neighborhoods across Seattle, all vanished without explanation, leaving behind apartments or dorm rooms that showed signs of struggle, but no actual evidence of kidnapping or murder. The news coverage intensified, progressing from local interest to regional concern to national attention. Seattle's police department held press conferences, assuring the public they were pursuing all leads, increasing patrols, working with the FBI to determine if they had a serial killer operating in the city. Edward's reaction to the news told Bella everything she needed to know. He'd gone very still the first time a report played while they were together, his body taking on that particular frozen quality that meant he was thinking intensely, processing information, calculating outcomes. His topaz eyes had fixed on the television screen with an intensity that had nothing to do with human curiosity and everything to do with recognition. "What is it?" Bella had asked, though she already suspected the answer. "Nothing," Edward had said, which was so obviously a lie that Bella hadn't even bothered to call him on it. "We should go. You'll be late for school." But the tension had remained, and in the following days, it had only intensified. The Cullens became preoccupied, their usual careful mimicry of human teenage behavior slipping as whatever was happening in Seattle consumed more of their attention. Conversations would stop abruptly when Bella entered a room. Alice spent hours staring into space, her eyes unfocused in that particular way that meant she was watching the future unfold. Jasper's military training became evident in his posture, in the way he positioned himself near exits, in the constant surveillance of their surroundings. Even at school, the Cullens seemed different. They sat closer together at their isolated cafeteria table, a united front that emphasized their separateness from the human students around them. Emmett's usual jovial demeanor had acquired an edge, something predatory lurking beneath the surface. Rosalie looked even more forbidding than usual, her spectacular beauty taking on a quality that warned people away. And Edward barely left Bella's side, his protectiveness ramping up to levels that would have been suffocating if she hadn't understood what it signified. Something was hunting in Seattle, something that had the Cullens worried. The missing persons count reached 10, then 15. The nature of the disappearances began to change, or at least the news coverage of them did. There were witnesses now, scattered reports of violence, of attacks that happened so quickly people couldn't quite process what they'd seen. A woman reported seeing someone grab her friend and move so fast they seemed to blur. A man described an attacker with impossible strength who'd torn a car door off its hinges. The descriptions were fragmented, confused, the kind of testimony that police dismissed as unreliable or drug-influenced. But Bella recognized the pattern. Speed that seemed impossible. Strength that defied physics. She'd seen it in Edward, in all the Cullens, the casual superhuman abilities they worked so hard to hide. Vampires, hunting in Seattle, hunting humans. The realization sat in her stomach like ice, cold and heavy and terrifying. Because if vampires were hunting so close to Forks, If they were being so conspicuous that humans were starting to notice despite all rational explanations, then it was only a matter of time before the situation escalated, before the Volturi noticed, before whatever was happening in Seattle spread south to Forks itself. Finally, after 2 weeks of increasing tension, Edward broke his silence. They were in his room at the Cullen house. Bella ostensibly there to study, but actually just trying to extract information from him through persistent questioning. The room was exactly as she remembered it from previous visits, all pale colors and expensive simplicity, dominated by the massive stereo system that held Edward's extensive music collection. CDs lined the walls in organized chaos, everything from medieval chants to contemporary alternative rock. Decades and centuries of musical evolution. Edward sat at his piano, not playing but simply running his fingers over the keys in absent patterns. Bella watched him from the leather sofa, waiting. She'd learned that sometimes silence was more effective than questions, that Edward would eventually talk if she gave him enough space to decide what to share. "It's newborns," he said finally, not looking at her. "In Seattle, someone is creating an army of newborn vampires." Bella processed this information, trying to connect it to what little she knew about vampire transformation. "Newborns," she repeated. "You mean newly transformed vampires?" "Yes." Edward's fingers stilled on the keys. "When someone is transformed, the first year of vampire existence is the most volatile. The thirst is overwhelming, almost impossible to control. The physical strength is at its peak, greater even than older vampires who've lost some of that initial power. And the emotional state is unstable, driven entirely by instinct and hunger. So, these missing people," Bella said slowly, "they're being transformed?" "Some of them," Edward confirmed. "Others are just being killed, drained, and discarded. Whoever is creating this army isn't concerned with the survival rate. They're making multiple newborns, probably hoping enough will survive to serve their purpose." "What purpose?" Bella asked, though dread was already building in her chest. Why would someone create a vampire army? Edward finally turned to look at her, and his expression was grim. "That's what we're trying to determine. Vampire armies are illegal under Volturi law, forbidden specifically because they draw too much human attention. The Seattle situation is already making national news, Bella. If it continues, if it escalates, humans will start asking questions that can't be easily dismissed. The Volturi won't tolerate that, so they'll come," Bella said. "The Volturi will come to Seattle and destroy whoever's responsible." Eventually, Edward agreed, but vampire politics are complicated. The Volturi prefer to let situations resolve themselves when possible, to allow local vampires to handle local problems. They'll only intervene directly if the Volturi laws are being openly defied, or if there's imminent risk of exposure to the human world at large. Bella stood and crossed to the piano, sitting beside Edward on the bench. "Why are you telling me this now? Why not 2 weeks ago when it started?" Edward's hand found hers, cold fingers threading through warm ones. "Because it's escalating," he said quietly. "Because we think the newborn army might be connected to Forks somehow. Alice has been watching for decisions, for futures, trying to see what happens next. And every vision she has involves you." "Me?" Bella's voice came out higher than intended. "Why would a newborn army in Seattle have anything to do with me?" "We don't know," Edward admitted, and the frustration in his voice was palpable. "Alice's visions aren't clear. Whoever is making these decisions, they're either changing their mind constantly or being blocked somehow. But you keep appearing in the outcomes, Bella. You're somehow central to whatever is going to happen." The implications of this settled over Bella like a heavy blanket. She was the target, or connected to the target, or somehow involved in whatever violence was brewing in Seattle. Again, once again, she was at the center of supernatural danger, despite her best efforts to be inconsequential. "Do you think it's the Volturi?" she asked. "Maybe they've changed their minds about letting me live. Maybe they sent someone to take care of the problem." Edward shook his head. "The Volturi would never be this sloppy, this public. They're surgical when they eliminate threats, not chaotic. This feels different, more personal." "Personal," Bella repeated, and suddenly understanding clicked into place with horrible clarity. "Victoria." Edward went very still beside her, his body taking on that frozen quality that meant he was carefully controlling his reaction. "What made you think of her?" he asked, his voice deceptively calm. "She's the only vampire with a personal grudge against me," Bella said. "James was her mate, wasn't he? And we killed him. You killed him. She'd want revenge for that. She's been near Forks," Edward admitted reluctantly. "We've caught her scent a few times along the treaty line, though she's careful never to cross into our territory or onto the reservation where the werewolves patrol. But we've found no evidence connecting her to Seattle." "Maybe that's the point," Bella argued. "Maybe she's being careful, staying distant, letting the newborn army do her work for her. She saw how your family protected me last time, how organized you all were. Maybe she's learned from that, adapted her strategy." Edward pulled her closer, his cold arms wrapping around her in a protective embrace that felt almost desperate. "If it is Victoria," he said against her hair, "if she's behind this, if she's coming for you, then we'll stop her, the same way we stopped James. I won't let her touch you, Bella. I swear it." But Bella could hear the fear beneath his promise, could feel the tension in his marble body. Victoria had proven herself elusive, intelligent, capable of adapting to threats. If she was creating a newborn army, if she was planning an attack on Bella with the enhanced strength and numbers that strategy implied, then the Cullens would be facing something far more dangerous than a single tracker vampire. The family meeting that evening included all the Cullens gathered in their living room, the massive space with its glass walls looking out onto forest that was slowly darkening as evening approached. Bella sat beside Edward on one of the white sofas, while the others arranged themselves around the room in their usual configuration. Carlyle stood near the windows, his expression thoughtful and concerned. Esme sat nearest to him, her gentle features troubled. Alice perched on the arm of a chair, her eyes distant as she watched futures unfold. Jasper stood behind her, his posture military straight, radiating calm that kept the anxiety in the room from spiraling into panic. Emmett sprawled in an oversized chair, his casual pose contradicted by the alertness in his eyes. And Rosalie stood alone near the piano, her arms crossed, her spectacular face set in lines of determination. Carlyle began the discussion, his voice measured and diplomatic as always. "We need to address the Seattle situation," he said. "The newborn count is approaching 20 that we can confirm, possibly more that haven't been detected yet. This level of vampire activity in such close proximity to our territory cannot be ignored. Do we know who's behind it?" Emmett asked, and there was eagerness in his voice, the anticipation of someone who enjoyed a good fight. "Not conclusively," Carlyle replied, "but Victoria is the most logical suspect. Her mate was killed here, and she has clear motivation for revenge against our family, specifically against Edward and Bella. She's been testing our defenses," Jasper added, his voice carrying the authority of someone with military experience. crossing near the treaty line, watching our patterns, learning our responses. Classic reconnaissance behavior. If she's behind the newborn army, she's being strategic about it, using the newborns as weapons while keeping herself distant from the actual danger. Alice's eyes refocused on the present, and she looked troubled. "I can't see her decisions clearly," she said. "It's frustrating. I catch glimpses, possible futures where she appears, but then they disappear again. She's either very indecisive or she's learned to block my vision somehow." "Can that be done?" Bella asked. "Can someone block your visions deliberately?" "Not easily," Alice said. "But if someone is making decisions spontaneously, reacting in the moment rather than planning ahead, it makes it harder for me to see them. Victoria might have figured that out, might be deliberately staying reactive to avoid my sight." "So we're essentially blind," Rosalie said, her voice sharp. "We have a newborn army being created 3 hours north, a vindictive vampire we can't track properly, and no clear timeline for when or how they'll attack." "Wonderful. We're not completely blind," Jasper countered. "We know the attack will come eventually. Newborn armies don't exist without purpose. Whoever created them did so for a specific goal, and given Victoria's connection to this area, that goal almost certainly involves Bella." All eyes turned to Bella, and she fought the urge to shrink under their collective attention. She'd known this was coming, had understood from the moment Edward mentioned Alice's visions that once again she was the reason danger was approaching the Cullens. Once again she was the vulnerability that enemies could exploit, the human weakness in their otherwise impenetrable defense. "I'm sorry," she said quietly. "This is my fault. If James hadn't tracked me, if I hadn't been so stupid in Phoenix, Victoria wouldn't be coming after us now." "This is not your fault," Edward said fiercely. "James chose to hunt you. We chose to protect you. And Victoria is choosing revenge over rationality. None of those decisions are yours, Bella." "Edward's right," Carlyle said gently. "We don't blame you for this situation. You're family now, Bella. We protect our family. That's what we do." The acceptance in his words, in all their expressions save perhaps Rosalie's, made Bella's throat tight with emotion. These vampires, these immortal beings who could easily abandon her to simplify their existence, had instead chosen to defend her against threats she'd inadvertently brought to their door. "So what's the plan?" Emmett asked, leaning forward with evident interest. "Do we wait for them to come to us, or do we go to Seattle and take the fight to them?" "We can't go to Seattle," Carlyle said. "If we confront the newborn army directly in an urban environment, it would be exactly the kind of spectacle the Volturi laws forbid. We'd be putting ourselves at risk of Volturi judgment, along with whoever created the army. So we wait," Jasper said, and there was something in his voice that suggested he'd expected this answer. "We prepare our defenses, we watch for Alice's visions to clarify, and we wait for them to come to us on our territory where we have the advantage." "What about the werewolves?" Bella asked, the question emerging before she'd fully thought it through. "The pack patrols the treaty line constantly, right? They'd see any vampires trying to cross into Forks. Couldn't they help?" The room went silent, the suggestion hanging in the air like something dangerous and fragile. The Cullens and the Quilliote werewolves had maintained careful distance for decades. The treaty, ensuring coexistence but not cooperation. What Bella was proposing was unprecedented, an alliance between natural enemies. "The treaty has kept peace between us for 70 years, Carlyle said carefully, "but it's a peace built on separation, on clear boundaries and minimal contact. I'm not sure the pack would be willing to work with us, even against a common threat. They care about protecting their people, Bella argued. And if a newborn army attacks Forks, the reservation could be at risk too. Jake said the pack's whole purpose is protection. Wouldn't they at least want to know what's coming? Jacob, Edward said, and there was resignation in his voice. Of course you've been talking to the werewolves about this. I haven't, Bella protested. I mean, not about the newborns specifically, but I saw Jake and the pack last week, and they made it clear they take their protection duties seriously. Wouldn't it make sense to at least try to coordinate with them? The shapeshifters would be useful in a fight, Jasper said thoughtfully. They're strong, fast, and they have the advantage of pack coordination. Their wolf forms are designed specifically to combat vampires. From a strategic standpoint, an alliance would significantly improve our odds against a newborn army. Assuming they'd agree to work with us, Rosalie said skeptically. Assuming they could be in the same space as us without their instincts taking over and forcing them to attack. The animosity between our species isn't just cultural, it's biological. Their wolves want to kill us on sight, but they control it, Bella said. Jake controls it. Sam controls the whole pack. They manage their instincts because they choose to, because protecting people matters more than following their base urges, just like you all manage your thirst around humans. There was a long pause as the Cullens processed this comparison. Finally, Carlyle nodded slowly. Bella makes a valid point, he said. If the werewolves are willing to discuss the possibility, it would be worth approaching them. At minimum, they should be warned about what's coming. They have a right to know that danger is approaching their territory. I could talk to them, Bella offered. I could go to La Push, explain the situation to Jake and Sam, see if they'd be willing to at least meet with you. Absolutely not, Edward said immediately. You're not going anywhere near the reservation alone, not with Victoria still out there watching for opportunities. If we're going to approach the werewolves, we'll do it properly. Carlyle and I will go to the treaty line and request a meeting with their alpha. When? Bella asked. Soon, Carlyle said. Within the next few days. The situation in Seattle is escalating too quickly to delay. If Victoria is planning an attack, we need to be prepared. The meeting concluded with that tentative plan, and the Cullens dispersed to their various activities, though the tension remained, a constant undercurrent to everything they did. Edward drove Bella home as darkness settled over Forks, the Volvo's engine purring through streets that seemed particularly empty tonight, as if the town itself sensed something dangerous approaching. Charlie was watching television when Bella came in, some crime procedural that made her think uncomfortably of the real violence brewing just north of them. She said goodnight and went upstairs, knowing Edward would follow later. After Charlie slept, true to pattern, Edward appeared in her window around 11, his cold presence filling her room with that particular chill that had become comforting rather than unsettling. He settled into the rocking chair in the corner, his golden eyes watching her in the darkness. "You're afraid," Bella said. It wasn't a question. Edward was silent for a long moment, then nodded. "I'm terrified," he admitted. "Not for myself, but for you. A newborn army, Bella. Even with preparation, even with potential werewolf allies, the danger is significant. Newborns are unpredictable, violent, almost impossible to reason with. And if there are 20 or more of them, all focused on getting to you, then even our family's combined strength might not be enough." Bella climbed out of bed and crossed to him, settling onto his lap despite his protests that she should be sleeping. "I trust you," she said simply. "I trust all of you. You've kept me safe before. You'll keep me safe this time too." "I want to believe that," Edward said, his arms wrapping around her carefully. "But James was one vampire. Bella, this could be dozens. The mathematics of that are daunting." "Then we'll change the mathematics," Bella said. "We'll get the werewolves to help. We'll prepare better than Victoria expects. We'll win because we have to." Edward pressed his face against her hair, and Bella felt the slight tremor in his cold body, the fear he was trying to control for her sake. She held him as well as she could, this century-old vampire who was terrified of losing her, and tried to project more confidence than she actually felt. Outside, Fawkes slept on, unaware that danger was gathering in Seattle, that an army of newborn vampires was being created for purposes not yet fully clear, that the fragile peace between vampires and werewolves might soon be tested in ways neither side had anticipated. The clouds that perpetually blanketed the town seemed heavier tonight, pressing down like a weight, like a promise of storms to come. And in Seattle, in shadows and abandoned buildings, newborn vampires were waking to their new existence, hungry and confused and powerful, being shaped into weapons by someone with patience and purpose, and a very specific target in mind. The pieces were moving into position for a battle none of them wanted, but all of them could see approaching with the inevitability of a coming storm. And at the center of it all, as always, was Bella Swan, the human girl whose choice to love a vampire had set all of this in motion, whose continued existence represented both the reason for the coming violence and the only thing worth fighting for. The confirmation came on a grey morning that felt indistinguishable from any other in Fawkes, the kind of perpetual drizzle that turned the world soft and muted. Bella was at the Cullen house, ostensibly doing homework in Edward's room, but mostly just enjoying the quiet presence of him beside her, when Alice's gasp shattered the peace. The sound was sharp and sudden, cutting through the house with enough alarm that within seconds every Cullen had materialized in Edward's doorway. Alice stood frozen in the hallway, her eyes unfocused and distant, locked on some future only she could see. Jasper was beside her instantly, his hand on her shoulder, his empathic abilities both reading her emotional state and trying to keep it from spiraling into panic. "Alice," Carlyle said gently. "What do you see?" Alice's eyes slowly refocused on the present, and the expression on her face made Bella's stomach drop. "Victoria," Alice said, her voice tight. "I finally saw her clearly. She's been in Seattle this whole time. She's the one creating the newborn army, and she's decided she's going to attack." "When?" Edward demanded, already moving toward Bella protectively. "Soon," Alice said. "Days, maybe a week at most. The timeline keeps shifting because she hasn't finalized all the details, but the decision to attack is solid now. I can see it." "How many newborns?" Jasper asked, his military training evident in the immediate focus on tactical information. Alice closed her eyes, concentrating. 20 at least," she said. "Maybe more. It's hard to count them all, because some of them won't survive the journey. Newborns are unstable. They turn on each other if they're not carefully controlled. But there will be enough, more than enough, to overwhelm us if we're not prepared." The weight of this settled over the assembled Cullens, like a physical thing. 20 newborn vampires, all with the enhanced strength of recent transformation, all driven by bloodlust and whatever purpose Victoria had instilled in them. Even with the Cullens' combined experience and abilities, the odds were daunting. "We need to contact the werewolves," Carlyle said decisively. "Today. If we're going to have any chance of surviving this, we need allies. I'll go to the treaty line, Edward said immediately. I'll call for Sam, request a meeting. We should all go, Emmett added. Show them we're serious about this, that we're not trying to trick them or manipulate them. Full transparency. Within an hour, the entire Cullen family stood at the treaty line, that invisible boundary that separated their territory from Quileute land. The line itself was unmarked, no physical barrier or sign, but every Cullen knew exactly where it was, could feel the weight of the ancient agreement that kept them from crossing. They arranged themselves on their side, a united front of pale, beautiful faces and anxious determination. Carlyle stepped forward slightly, his natural leadership evident in his posture. He cupped his hands around his mouth and called out, his voice carrying through the forest with preternatural clarity. Sam Yulee, we request a meeting. We have information about a threat to both our peoples. For a long moment, nothing happened. The forest remained silent, except for the constant drip of moisture from the trees, the distant sound of the river that ran somewhere deeper in the woods. Then, gradually, Bella became aware of movement in the shadows across the line. Large shapes, too large to be natural wolves, emerging from between the trees with predatory grace. The werewolves came in their wolf forms, massive creatures that stood nearly 6 feet tall at the shoulder, their fur in shades of russet and grey and black. Bella recognized the largest one, the black wolf with the intelligent dark eyes that had to be Sam. Beside him, a russet-brown wolf that was almost certainly Jacob. Others she didn't know, the pack members she'd only met briefly at the beach, now transformed into their other selves. The two groups faced each other across the treaty line, natural enemies separated by an agreement that suddenly felt very fragile. The tension was palpable, the wolves' lips pulled back to reveal teeth meant for tearing vampire flesh. The Cullens frozen in that particular stillness that suggested readiness for violence. Sam, Carlyle said, his voice steady and diplomatic. Thank you for coming. We have a situation that affects both our territories. May we speak? The black wolf stared at Carlyle for a long moment, then deliberately turned and disappeared back into the trees. The other wolves followed except for Jacob, who remained for a few seconds longer, his dark eyes finding Bella across the distance. Then he too vanished into the forest. They're going to phase back and discuss it, Edward murmured, his ability to hear thoughts providing information the rest of them lacked. Sam wants to hear what we have to say, but the pack is divided. Some of them don't trust us enough for a meeting. They waited. Minutes stretched, marked only by the steady drizzle and the growing dampness soaking into Bella's jacket. She was the only one who seemed affected by the cold or the wet, the Cullens standing like statues, perfectly still and unbothered by weather that would have sent any human seeking shelter. Finally, the wolves returned, but this time they were accompanied by human forms. Sam Yulee emerged from the trees first, now wearing cut-off shorts and nothing else despite the cold, his muscular frame somehow even more imposing in human form. Behind him came Paul, radiating barely controlled aggression, and Jared, looking wary but curious, and Jacob, his russet skin gleaming with moisture, his expression carefully neutral as he avoided looking directly at Edward. Carlyle stepped forward, careful to maintain distance from the line. Thank you for agreeing to meet, he said. I know this violates the usual protocols of the treaty, but the situation is urgent enough to warrant exception. What situation? Sam asked, his voice deep and authoritative, the natural command of an alpha evident in every word. There's a vampire in Seattle creating an army of newborns, Carlyle explained without preamble. We believe her name is Victoria, and she has a personal vendetta against my family, specifically against Edward and Bella. We have reason to believe she's planning to attack Forks within the week, bringing her newborn army with her. Sam's expression didn't change, but Bella saw the tension increase in his shoulders, saw the way the other wolves exchanged glances. How many newborns? Sam asked. At least 20, possibly more, Carlyle said. Newborns are exceptionally strong and difficult to kill. Even with my family's combined abilities and experience, we're significantly outnumbered, and you want our help, Sam said. It wasn't a question. We're asking if you'd be willing to coordinate our defense, Carlyle said carefully. I understand this is unprecedented. I understand the treaty has kept our people separate for good reason. But this threat affects both our territories. If Victoria's army enters Forks, they won't distinguish between vampire territory and Quileute land. They'll hunt any humans they encounter, and your people could be at risk. Paul made a sound of disgust. You bring this threat to our doorstep, then ask us to help you fight it, he said. Why should we risk our lives for your mistakes? Because it's not just about us, Edward said, speaking for the first time. It's about every human in Forks and on the reservation. Newborn vampires are mindless killing machines. They'll slaughter anyone they come across. Your families, your tribe, they're all in danger, whether you help us or not. At least if we work together, we have a chance of stopping the army before it reaches the town. Jacob finally spoke, his voice carefully controlled. Why is this Victoria targeting you specifically? What did you do to make her create an entire army for revenge? Edward's jaw tightened. Her mate, James, tracked Bella last year. He was a hunter who saw Bella as a challenge, as prey. We killed him to protect her. Victoria wants revenge for his death. Jacob's eyes finally moved to Bella, and she saw the conflict in them. The war between his protective instincts and his anger at the Cullens. So once again, Bella's in danger because of her association with vampires, he said. Once again, she's at the center of a supernatural threat she shouldn't have to face. That's not fair, Bella protested, but Jacob talked over her. It's completely fair, he said. You chose them, Bella. You chose this world, this danger. And now you're asking us to risk our lives to protect you from the consequences of that choice. The words stung, partly because there was truth in them, partly because they came from Jacob, who was supposed to be her friend. Bella felt tears prick her eyes but refused to let them fall, refused to show weakness in front of the pack. Enough, Sam said, his voice cutting through the tension. This isn't about blame or past choices. This is about present danger and future consequences. Edward's right that the newborn army threatens everyone in this area, not just the Cullens. Paul, what's your assessment? Paul looked like he'd swallowed something bitter, but he answered honestly. If there are really 20 or more newborns coming, and they're not controlled or rational, then yeah, they're a threat to the res too. Newborns don't discriminate. They kill anything that smells like food. Jared? Sam asked, turning to the other pack member. Jared was quiet for a moment, considering. I don't like working with vampires, he said finally. Everything in me says they're the enemy. But if we let the newborns attack and don't do anything to stop them, and our families get hurt because of our pride, I couldn't live with that. Sam nodded, then turned to Jacob. Jacob, you have a vote in this too. Jacob stared at Bella for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he looked at Edward, and Bella could see the hatred there, raw and painful, and completely at odds with the friendship she'd thought they'd rebuilt. Finally, he spoke. "I think we should help," he said. "Not because I care about protecting vampires, but because I care about protecting Bella. Even if she's making terrible choices, even if she's choosing them over us, she doesn't deserve to die for it." The grudging acceptance in his words was better than nothing, though it hurt more than Bella wanted to admit. Edward's hand found hers, cold fingers squeezing gently, offering comfort. "Then we're agreed," Sam said, looking at each of his pack members until they nodded. "We'll coordinate our defense with the Cullens against the newborn army. But I want to be clear about the terms. This is a temporary alliance, specific to this threat. Once the newborns are dealt with, the treaty returns to its original terms. We stay on our land, you stay on yours, and we maintain our distance." "Agreed," Carlyle said immediately. "We appreciate your willingness to work with us on this, Sam. I know it goes against every instinct your wolves have." "Yeah, it does," Paul muttered, but Sam shot him a look that silenced any further commentary. "We'll need to train together," Jasper said, stepping forward slightly. The pack members tensed at his approach, but he maintained careful distance from the line. Newborns fight differently than mature vampires. They're wild, aggressive, relying on strength rather than strategy. If we're going to coordinate effectively, we need to practice working together, learn each other's fighting styles, understand how to support each other in combat. "Train with vampires," Paul said, making it sound like the worst thing he could imagine. "Or face the newborns unprepared and possibly die," Jasper countered, his voice carrying the authority of someone who'd survived countless battles. "Your choice." Sam considered this, then nodded. "We'll meet tomorrow. Neutral ground between our territories. There's a clearing about 5 miles north of here, large enough for training exercises. Dawn, before the human world wakes up. We'll be there," Carlyle confirmed. The meeting concluded with that tentative agreement, both sides retreating to their respective territories with a mixture of relief and apprehension. The Cullens returned to their house in silence, the weight of what they'd just arranged settling over them. "This is insane," Rosalie said once they were safely behind closed doors. "Working with werewolves, training with them, fighting beside them. Everything about this violates our nature. Our nature also includes protecting our family," Esme said gently. "And Bella is family. If this is what it takes to keep her safe, then this is what we do." Jasper was already in tactical mode, his mind clearly working through strategies and combat scenarios. "Newborns will rely on strength and speed," he said, pacing the living room. "They'll attack in waves, trying to overwhelm through numbers. Our advantage is experience and coordination. The wolves' advantage is their pack mentality and natural vampire killing abilities. If we can combine those advantages, create a unified defense, we might actually survive this." "What about Bella?" Alice asked, her eyes distant again, watching futures. "Where will she be during the battle?" "She can't be anywhere near the fighting. She'll be hidden," Edward said firmly. "Somewhere far from the battlefield. Somewhere Victoria won't be able to find her easily. I'll stay with her, protect her directly while the rest of you handle the army." "No," Jasper said immediately. "We need you in the battle, Edward. Your mind-reading ability is too valuable for strategy. You can anticipate attacks, warn us about enemy intentions. Taking you out of the fight significantly weakens our position." "I don't care," Edward said, his voice hard. "I'm not leaving Bella unprotected while Victoria's army attacks." The argument continued. Tactical considerations versus emotional needs. Strategy versus love. Bella listened to them debate her safety like she wasn't in the room, feeling helpless and frustrated and guilty. Once again, she was the weakness, the vulnerable point that required protection, the reason an entire battle was being fought. "What if?" Bella said quietly, and everyone stopped to look at her. "What if I'm not hidden during the battle? What if I'm visible, like bait, drawing Victoria to a specific location where she can be ambushed?" "Absolutely not," Edward said immediately, but Carlyle held up a hand. "Explain," he said to Bella. Bella took a breath, organizing her thoughts. "Victoria created this army to get to me, right? She wants revenge, wants me dead because James died hunting me, so she'll be focused on finding me during the battle. If I'm hidden, she'll search for me, might break through defenses trying to locate me. But if she knows where I am, if she thinks I'm vulnerable and exposed, she might go directly for me and walk into a trap." "Using you as bait," Jasper said, and there was consideration in his voice, the tactical mind evaluating possibilities despite the emotional implications. "With protection," Bella added quickly. "Not actually vulnerable, just appearing to be. Edward could be with me, and maybe one or two others, while the rest of you handle the main army. When Victoria comes for me, you're ready for her." "It could work," Jasper said slowly. "Strategically, it has merit. Victoria will be focused on Bella regardless, might even be directing the newborn's attack with the specific goal of reaching her. If we give her a clear target, we control her approach, choose the ground for that confrontation." "No," Edward said flatly. "We're not using Bella as bait. We're not putting her in deliberate danger to serve a tactical purpose. There has to be another way." But even as he protested, Bella could see the others considering it, weighing the strategic advantages against the emotional cost. Alice's eyes were distant again, watching futures where Bella was visible versus hidden, calculating which path had better outcomes. "I see it working," Alice said finally. "Not perfectly, there are still risks, but the timeline where Bella is visible has fewer casualties overall. Victoria's focus on reaching Bella leaves her vulnerable to ambush, and with Edward and Seth protecting Bella directly, the odds are acceptable." "Seth?" Bella asked. "The young werewolf?" "He volunteered," Alice said, "which means he will volunteer once Sam brings up the strategy. Seth has the least instinctive hatred of vampires in the pack. His thoughts are clearer around you. He'll be able to work with Edward without the overwhelming urge to attack." "This is insane," Edward repeated, but his protest was weaker now, undermined by Alice's visions and Jasper's tactical approval. They debated long into the night, refining the strategy, arguing over details, Alice watching futures shift and reform based on each proposed change. Finally, exhausted and overwhelmed, Bella excused herself to sleep, Edward driving her home in tense silence. In her room, lying in her narrow bed with Edward sitting vigil in the rocking chair, Bella stared at the ceiling and tried to process everything. In less than a week, possibly days, an army of newborn vampires would descend on Forks. The Cullens and the Quileute wolves would fight side by side despite being natural enemies, and Bella herself would be bait, visible and vulnerable, drawing Victoria into a confrontation that would end with either Victoria's death or her own. The fear was there, cold and heavy in her stomach, but underneath it was something else, something that felt almost like relief. This was ending, one way or another. The threat that had hung over her since James's death would be resolved. Victoria would be destroyed, or Bella would die trying. The uncertainty, the waiting, the constant anxiety, all of it would finally be over. "Are you afraid?" Edward asked from the darkness, his voice barely a whisper. "Terrified," Bella admitted, "but also ready. I'm tired of running, Edward. Tired of being protected and hidden and treated like fragile glass. If this is happening, if we're fighting this battle, then I want to be part of it, not just the reason for it." Edward crossed to the bed and lay down beside her, his cold body pressing against her warmth. "You're the bravest person I've ever known," he said quietly, "and also the most frustrating. Why can't you be content to let us protect you? Why do you always have to be in the middle of the danger?" "Because it's my danger," Bella said. "Victoria is coming for me specifically. Hiding from that doesn't make it less real. It just makes me feel more helpless. At least this way, I'm choosing to face it." Edward was silent for a long moment, his cold hand finding hers in the darkness. "If anything happens to you," he said finally, "if Victoria gets past us, if something goes wrong, I won't survive it, Bella. I can't lose you again. I can't exist in a world where you're not in it." "Then we'll make sure nothing goes wrong," Bella said with more confidence than she felt. "We'll train with the werewolves, we'll prepare perfectly, and we'll win. Because we have to." Outside, Forks continued its eternal drizzle, unaware that in training clearings and across treaty lines, ancient enemies were preparing to work together for the first time in generations. Unaware that in Seattle, newborn vampires were being gathered and prepared for violence, their enhanced strength and bloodlust aimed at one small town, one small human girl who'd had the misfortune to fall in love with a vampire. The pieces were all in motion now, moving toward inevitable collision. The battle was coming, and there would be no avoiding it, no negotiating with it, no escape from the violence that had been building since the moment Victoria had watched her mate die and sworn revenge. All they could do was prepare, and hope that preparation would be enough. The bonfire at First Beach burned bright against the darkness, flames climbing toward a sky that had finally cleared enough to reveal stars scattered across the black expanse, like scattered diamonds. It was rare enough to see stars in Forks that their appearance felt almost supernatural, as if the universe itself had decided to bear witness to what was being shared around the fire tonight. Bella sat on a piece of driftwood that had been worn smooth by decades of tide and weather, Jacob's warmth solid beside her on one side, the heat of the fire on the other. The rest of the pack was there, arranged in a loose circle around the flames. Sam sat with Emily, his imprinted mate, her scarred face beautiful in the firelight, despite the 3 parallel marks that ran from her hairline to her chin, evidence of a moment when Sam's control had slipped during his early days as a werewolf. Paul sat alone, his aggressive energy somewhat muted tonight. Jared had his arm around Kim, another imprint bond, the two of them leaning into each other with comfortable intimacy. Embry and Quill sat together, the latter having only recently joined the pack, still adjusting to his new reality. And Seth, young and enthusiastic, sat closest to the fire, his eyes bright with anticipation. The tribal elders were there too, Billy Black in his wheelchair positioned near Sam, his weathered face solemn in the dancing light. Old Quill, grandfather to young Quill, his ancient features carrying the weight of stories told across generations. And Sue Clearwater, her presence quiet but powerful, the mother of Seth and Leah, the latter of whom was conspicuously absent, running patrol in her wolf form rather than attending the storytelling, This gathering had been Sam's idea, a way to ground the pack in their history before the coming battle, to remind them why they existed and what they were fighting to protect. But it was also for Bella, an education in the legends that had become reality, the stories that explained why werewolves and vampires were eternal enemies. Billy Black began, his voice carrying across the beach with practiced authority. He told these stories countless times, to tourists and tribe members alike, but tonight there was weight in his words, a significance that transcended mere storytelling. The Quileutes have been a small people from the beginning, Billy said, his eyes reflecting the firelight. We've always lived here, in this corner of the world, where the forest meets the sea, but we have survived, against invaders and weather and time itself, because we are protectors, spirit warriors, descended from wolves. Bella had heard versions of this story before on her first visit to La Push months ago, when Jacob had been just her friend and vampires were still creatures from fiction. But listening now, knowing the truth behind the legends, the words carried different meaning. The chief of our tribe was Taha Aki, Billy continued. He was a great warrior and a wise leader, but his gift was greater than strength or wisdom. Taha Aki could leave his body and wander as spirit, observing his people, protecting them from threats they couldn't see. One day, while his spirit walked, an enemy warrior found his body and took it for his own. Taha Aki's spirit was trapped outside himself, unable to reclaim what was stolen. Old Quill took up the story, his voice like wind through ancient trees. Taha Aki wandered as spirit, watching the false chief lead his people into darkness. He despaired, believing he could never return, never save his tribe from the imposter. But his love for his people was so great that it worked a magic. Taha Aki's spirit didn't return to his body, it transformed. He became the first wolf, powerful and protective, able to expose the false chief and reclaim his people. Sue Clearwater spoke next, her voice carrying the particular authority of a mother who'd watched her children transform into something more than human. From Taha Aki descended our wolf protectors, she said. The gift passes through blood, dormant until it's needed. When the tribe faces supernatural threat, when cold ones enter our territory, the wolves wake. The transformation is both gift and burden, power and curse. Our children become warriors, whether they choose it or not, because the blood demands it. Bella felt Jacob shift beside her, the truth of Sue's words evident in the tension that ran through his body. He hadn't chosen to become a werewolf, hadn't wanted the responsibility or the loss of normalcy that came with transformation. It had simply happened, his DNA responding to the presence of vampires near the reservation, forcing him into a new existence he was still learning to navigate. The cold ones have always been our enemies, Billy continued. Vampires, the undead who feed on human blood, who move with impossible speed and strength. They're everything we're designed to destroy, everything our wolf instincts scream at us to eliminate. For generations, we fought them when they entered our lands, protecting our people from creatures who saw humans as nothing more than prey. But there was one family different from the rest, Old Quill said. A coven led by a golden-haired vampire who called himself Carlisle. They came to our territory in the time of my grandfather's grandfather, when the wolves last walked. The pack prepared to destroy them, as was their duty. But Carlisle asked for peace. The fire crackled and sparked, flames dancing higher as if responding to the story's tension. Bella leaned forward, drawn in despite knowing how this part ended. Carlisle and his family were strange among vampires, Billy said. They claimed to drink only animal blood, to abstain from hunting humans despite their nature. The pack was skeptical. How could vampires resist what they were designed to do? How could cold ones choose mercy over hunger? But Carlyle was sincere, and he was willing to prove it. He offered a treaty. Sam spoke for the first time, his alpha authority evident even in storytelling. The terms were simple, he said. The Cullens would not hunt humans. They would not come onto Quileute land. They would not reveal themselves or bring danger to the tribe. In exchange, we would not expose them to the human world, would not hunt them, would allow them to exist in peace on their territory. The treaty has held for 70 years, 3 generations of wolves, because both sides have honored its terms until now, Paul muttered, his voice carrying an edge of resentment. Now we're expected to fight beside them, work with them, trust them not to let their nature win, because the alternative is letting an army of newborn vampires slaughter everyone in Forks, Sam said, his tone allowing no argument. The Cullens have honored the treaty for 70 years. They've proven their commitment to coexisting peacefully. When danger threatens both our peoples, alliance is logical, not betrayal. Bella understood the conflict, could see it in the faces around the fire. Every instinct these wolves had was screaming that vampires were the enemy, that working with the Cullens was fundamentally wrong. But logic and duty demanded cooperation, demanded setting aside generations of animosity for the greater good. There's another part of the legends that matters now, Sue Clearwater said, her eyes finding Bella in the firelight. The third wife's story. Taha Aki had 3 wives in his long life, but it was the third whose sacrifice is remembered. Old Quill continued the tale, his voice dropping lower, more intimate. There came a time when a cold one threatened the tribe, Billy said. A female vampire, powerful and cruel, who saw our people as prey. Taha Aki and the wolf pack fought her, but she was strong, older than most vampires they'd faced. The battle went badly. The vampire got past the wolves, made it into the village where the vulnerable waited. Taha Aki's third wife was there. Billy picked up the story. She was not a warrior, had no supernatural gifts, was just a human woman. But she saw the vampire approaching, saw that the wolves were too far away to stop her in time. So she took a knife, and she cut herself, deep enough to bleed heavily. The vampire smelled fresh blood and changed targets, going for the third wife instead of the children she'd been protecting. Bella's breath caught, understanding where this was going, the terrible logic of the sacrifice. The blood distracted the vampire long enough for the wolves to catch up, Sue said softly. Long enough for Taha Aki to tear her apart and burn the pieces. But the third wife died from her wounds. She gave her life willingly, knowingly, to protect the tribe's children. Her sacrifice is honored in our legends, remembered as the ultimate act of selfless love. The parallel to Bella's situation was impossible to miss. She was human, vulnerable, facing a vampire threat that endangered everyone around her. The third wife's story felt like a warning, and a prophecy rolled into one, a suggestion that perhaps her own sacrifice might be necessary, might be honorable. Jacob's hand found hers, squeezing tightly, his warmth almost painful against her skin. Don't even think about it, he muttered, low enough that only she could hear. You're not the third wife, Bells. You're not sacrificing yourself for anyone. But the story lingered, heavy in the salt air, mixing with the smoke from the fire and the sound of waves against shore. Bella wondered if the third wife had been afraid when she cut herself, if she'd hesitated before making that terrible choice, or if the decision had been instinct overriding self-preservation. Young Quill spoke up, his voice uncertain. "What about imprinting?" he asked. "You said we'd learn about that too." Sam's expression softened slightly. "Imprinting is the wolf's greatest gift and greatest burden," he said, glancing at Emily beside him. "It's rare, doesn't happen to every wolf, but when it does, it's absolute. You see someone, and suddenly gravity shifts. The earth doesn't hold you anymore. She does. Or he does. Whoever you imprinted on becomes the center of your world, the reason for your existence. It's not always romantic," Emily added, her scarred face gentle in the firelight. "The imprint becomes whatever the person needs. A brother, a protector, a friend. Eventually, maybe more, but only if they choose it. The wolf has no control over who they imprint on or when it happens. And once it happens," Jared said, his arm tightening around Kim, "you can't unsee them, can't stop putting them first, can't imagine existing in a world where they're not safe and happy. It's absolute devotion, complete and involuntary." Bella thought about Edward, about the intensity of what she felt for him, and wondered if it was similar to imprinting, that sense of gravity shifting, of him becoming essential to her existence. But no, she decided. What she felt for Edward was choice, decision, something she'd walked into willingly despite danger and logic. Imprinting was involuntary, compulsory, removing choice entirely. Jacob had gone rigid beside her, his body temperature seeming to climb even higher. Bella knew he was thinking about imprinting too, about the possibility of it happening to him someday, about the fear that he might see someone, and suddenly Bella would matter less, would become secondary to this new gravity. The stories continued, pack members sharing more recent legends, tales of the last wolves before Sam's generation, of vampire encounters and narrow escapes, and the constant vigilance required to keep the reservation safe. The fire burned lower, flames settling into steady red glow rather than leaping light. Finally, as the night grew late and the temperature dropped toward freezing, the gathering began to break up. The elders departed first, Billy wheeling himself up the beach path with Old Quill's assistance. The pack members dispersed to their patrols or homes, leaving only Sam, Jacob, and Bella at the dying fire. "Tomorrow we train with the Cullens," Sam said, his voice heavy with the weight of that reality. "Everything we are says this is wrong, that working with vampires violates our purpose. But our purpose is protection, and sometimes protection means impossible alliances." Jacob nodded, his jaw tight. "I can control it," he said. "The instinct to attack them. I can work with them if it means keeping people safe." "I know you can," Sam said. "You've got more control than most, Jacob. That's why you're assigned to protect Bella during the battle, to work directly with Edward Cullen. You can manage the proximity without your wolf taking over." After Sam left, Jacob and Bella sat in silence, watching the coals pulse with fading heat. Finally, Jacob spoke, his voice rough with emotion. "I hate this," he said. "I hate that you're in danger again. I hate that we're working with vampires. I hate that there's a battle coming and I can't guarantee your safety. I hate all of it, Bells." "I know," Bella said softly. "I'm sorry, Jake. I'm sorry my choices keep putting you in impossible positions." Jacob turned to look at her, and in the dim light his eyes were ancient, carrying weight beyond his 16 years. "You need to understand something," he said, "about why I'm doing this, why I'm agreeing to work with them, to protect you during a fight. where you're being used as bait. Bella waited, sensing this was important, that Jacob needed to say whatever came next. "I love you," Jacob said, the words simple and devastating. "Not like a friend loves a friend, Bells. Not like a brother loves a sister. I'm in love with you, completely and probably stupidly, and I have been for months, since before Edward came back, since those days when you were broken and I was putting you back together. I love you, and you love him, and that's just the reality we're living in." "Jake," Bella started, but he held up a hand. "Let me finish," he said. "I know you don't feel the same way. I know you've chosen Edward, chosen vampires, and immortality, and everything that comes with that world, and I'm trying to accept it, trying to be your friend even though it kills me to watch you with him. But you need to understand that's why I'm doing this, why I'm fighting in this battle, why I'm agreeing to protect you, even though every instinct I have says to take you far away from all of this and never let you near a vampire again. I love you enough to let you make your own choices, even when those choices hurt me." Bella felt tears sliding down her cheeks, hot against her cold skin. She hadn't wanted this, hadn't wanted to hurt Jacob, hadn't wanted to be loved by someone she couldn't love back the same way. But here it was, unavoidable and painful and real. "I'm sorry," she whispered, the words inadequate but all she had. "I do love you, Jake, just not the way you need me to." "I know," Jacob said, and managed a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "But maybe someday you'll change your mind. Maybe someday you'll realize that warmth is better than cold, that life is better than death, that choosing me would mean choosing to stay human and alive and warm. Until then, I'll be your friend, and I'll keep you safe, and I'll hope that's enough." They sat together until the fire died completely, until the cold became too much, even for Jacob's supernatural heat to fully counter. Then Jacob walked Bella to her truck, his presence a solid warmth against the night chill. "Be careful tomorrow," he said. "Training with vampires is dangerous, even when everyone's trying to cooperate. Your scent, your heartbeat, all of it calls to their hunting instincts. Stay close to Edward, let him protect you, and don't do anything stupid." "I'll try," Bella promised, though they both knew her track record with avoiding stupid decisions was less than stellar. The drive back to Forks felt longer than usual, the dark forest pressing close on either side of the narrow road. Bella's mind turned over everything she'd learned, the legends and sacrifices and impossible love. The third wife's story lingered especially, that image of a human woman cutting herself to save others, choosing death over the possibility of children dying. Edward was waiting when she got home, sitting in the rocking chair in her room like he'd never left. He stood when she entered, his expression concerned. "You've been crying," he said, crossing to her and gently wiping away tear tracks she hadn't realized were still there. What happened at the bonfire? Bella considered lying, considered protecting Jacob's confession, but decided honesty was better. She told Edward about the legends, about the third wife, about Jacob's declaration of love. Edward listened without interruption, his marble face carefully neutral. When she finished, Edward was quiet for a long moment. Then he spoke, his voice carrying a sadness that made Bella's chest ache. "I know he loves you," Edward said. "I can hear his thoughts when he's close enough, remember? Every time he looks at you, his mind screams with how much he wants you, how much he wishes you'd chosen him instead of me. It's torment for him, Bella, pure torment. And yet, he's still willing to fight beside me, to protect you during the battle." That kind of selfless love is rare, even among humans. Does it bother you? Bella asked. That he loves me? It should, Edward admitted. By all rights, I should be jealous, threatened, angry that another male wants what's mine. But mostly, I just feel sorry for him, because I understand what it's like to love you, Bella. I understand how consuming it is, how it becomes the center of your existence, and I have the privilege of your love in return, while Jacob has to watch you choose me over him day after day. That's a special kind of hell. Bella climbed into bed, suddenly exhausted by the weight of emotions and revelations. Edward lay down beside her, his cold body a familiar comfort against her warmth. Tomorrow we train, Edward said quietly. Tomorrow we start preparing in earnest for the battle. And somewhere in Seattle, Victoria is gathering her army, preparing them for the attack. Everything is moving toward collision, Bella. Toward the moment when all of this gets decided one way or another. I'm afraid, Bella admitted into the darkness, not just of dying, but of all of this, of hurting Jacob, of you or your family getting hurt, protecting me, of making wrong choices that get people killed. I'm afraid of all of it. Edward's arms tightened around her. Fear is rational, he said. Fear means you understand the stakes, but fear doesn't change what we have to do. We'll train tomorrow, we'll prepare as best we can, and when the battle comes, we'll face it together. You, me, my family, the wolves, all of us united against a common threat. Tell me about your past, Bella said suddenly, wanting distraction from her spiraling thoughts. You know everything about me, but there's so much about you I don't know. Tell me something I don't know about your life before me. Edward was quiet, considering. What do you want to know? Tell me about your human life, Bella said. Before the Spanish influenza, before Carlyle transformed you, who were you? Edward's voice took on a distant quality, remembering across a century. I was Edward Anthony Marson, he said, born June 20th, 1901, in Chicago. My father was a lawyer, successful and respected. My mother was everything a woman of that era was supposed to be, gracious and cultured, and completely devoted to her family. We weren't wealthy, but we were comfortable. I had opportunities, education, a future that seemed mapped out and secure. What happened? Bella asked, though she knew the basic answer. The influenza pandemic of 1918, Edward said. It swept through Chicago like wildfire. Thousands died, including both my parents. I was 17, sick unto death, in a hospital where Carlyle was working. My mother, in her final moments of lucidity, begged Carlyle to save me. She somehow knew what he was, somehow understood he could do what normal doctors couldn't. So he transformed me, gave me this eternal existence in exchange for my dying human life. Do you regret it? Bella asked. Becoming immortal? Edward considered the question seriously. Sometimes, he admitted, when I think about all the human experiences I'll never have, all the normal progression of life I was denied, growing old, having children, dying naturally after a full human span. But then I think about meeting you, about the fact that if I'd stayed human, I'd have been dead decades before you were born. And I can't regret anything that led to you, Bella. Even damnation seems a fair price for loving you. They lay together in the darkness, Bella's heartbeat steady and human, Edward's chest silent and still. Outside, Falk slept on, unaware of armies gathering and alliances forming, and a battle that would decide multiple fates. Tomorrow would bring training, would bring Cullens and werewolves, working together for the first time in 70 years. Tomorrow would bring Jasper's expertise in newborn combat, would bring strategies and scenarios, and the harsh reality of preparing for violence. But tonight, Bella had Edward's cold arms around her, and legends echoing in her mind, and the complicated weight of being loved by two people in two completely different ways. Tonight, she could pretend the battle wasn't coming, could pretend they had more time, could drift towards sleep believing tomorrow might never arrive. The legends had taught her that sacrifice was sometimes necessary, that love demanded impossible choices, that humans could be heroes even in a world of supernatural power. The third wife had chosen her death to protect others. Jacob was choosing to help vampires, to protect Bella. Edward was choosing to risk everything to keep her alive. And Bella herself would have to choose, when the moment came, what sacrifice she was willing to make, what price she'd pay to protect the people she loved. The choice between safety and agency, between being protected and being active in her own defense. But those choices could wait for tomorrow. Tonight, she had warmth and cold intertwined, had love in multiple forms surrounding her, had the brief peace before the coming storm. She closed her eyes and let sleep claim her, dreams full of fire and wolves, and the eternal dance between predator and prey, between love and death, between human fragility and immortal strength. The clearing was exactly where Sam had said it would be, a massive open space carved into the forest about 5 miles north of the treaty line, equidistant between Cullen territory and Quailiote land. Bella had never seen it before, had never ventured this deep into the woods, and the sheer scale of it took her breath away. The space stretched at least 300 yards in diameter, ringed by towering evergreens whose branches formed a natural amphitheater. The ground was relatively flat, covered in short grass and patches of exposed rock, terrain that would allow for movement without the hindrance of undergrowth. Dawn was just breaking, the sky lightening from black to deep grey, that particular quality of early morning light that made everything seem unreal, suspended between night and day. Mist hung low over the clearing, wrapping around tree trunks like ghostly fingers, and the air carried the sharp bite of cold that came just before sunrise. The Cullens arrived first, moving as a unit through the forest with their characteristic silent grace. Edward held Bella's hand, his cold fingers wrapped protectively around hers as they emerged into the clearing. Carlyle and Esme came next, followed by Alice and Jasper, then Emmett and Rosalie. They spread out slightly, maintaining distance from each other, waiting with that perfect stillness that marked them as something other than human. Bella could feel the tension radiating from Edward, could sense how uncomfortable this made him, bringing her to what would essentially become a battlefield, surrounding her with the scents and sounds of impending violence. But they'd agreed she should be present for the training, should understand what was being planned, should see the alliance between vampires and werewolves firsthand. The wolves arrived as a pack, emerging from the opposite side of the clearing in their animal forms. 8 massive creatures, each standing nearly 6 feet tall at the shoulder, their fur in shades of russet and grey and black and sand. Bella recognized Sam immediately, the largest of them all, his black fur almost blue-black in the early light. Beside him, the russet wolf that was Jacob, and the grey wolf that had to be Leah Clearwater, the only female in the pack. The others followed, their formation organized and military despite their animal bodies. The two groups faced each other across the clearing, natural enemies separated by 100 yards of open ground. The tension was palpable, almost visible in the mist. Generations of instinctive hatred pressing against the necessity of cooperation. Bella could see the wolf's lips pulled back slightly, revealing teeth designed for tearing vampire flesh. Could see the Cullens frozen in defensive postures, ready to move if the wolf's control broke. For a long moment, nobody moved. Then Sam, the great black wolf, stepped forward, and the rest of his pack followed. The Cullens matched the movement, advancing slowly, carefully, until the two groups were close enough for a meeting, but far enough to maintain safety. The wolves began to shimmer, their massive bodies condensing and reforming into human shapes. The transformation was strange to watch, almost painful looking, bones and muscles reorganizing themselves in seconds that should have taken hours or been impossible entirely. Within moments, 8 young men stood where the wolves had been, all wearing only cut-off shorts despite the cold, their russet and brown skin gleaming with the slight sheen of sweat that came from holding their temperature above human normal. Sam spoke first, his alpha authority evident even in human form. "Thank you for coming," he said, directing his words to Carlyle. "I know this violates every instinct both our peoples have, but the threat we face is great enough to warrant unprecedented cooperation." Carlyle inclined his head respectfully. "We appreciate your willingness to work with us," he said. "Jasper has extensive experience fighting newborn vampires. He's agreed to share his knowledge, to train both our groups in tactics that might keep us alive when the army arrives." All eyes turned to Jasper, who stepped forward with the bearing of someone who'd commanded troops in battle. His scars, usually hidden by long sleeves, were visible on his arms today, dozens of crescent-shaped marks that caught the growing light. Evidence of centuries of vampire combat, of newborns he'd fought and destroyed. "Newborns are unlike any vampire you've encountered," Jasper began, his voice carrying the authority of hard-won experience. "They're driven entirely by thirst and instinct. They're stronger than mature vampires, faster in short bursts, completely unpredictable. The first year of vampire existence is when physical abilities are at their peak, before the venom fully settles and strength begins to normalize." "How much stronger?" Paul asked, his voice aggressive, challenging. Jasper's expression remained neutral, strong enough that even Emmett would struggle in a one-on-one fight with a newborn. He said, "Strong enough that your wolf forms, which are designed to kill vampires, would still face significant danger. They can tear through stone, rip apart metal, move too fast for human eyes to track, and they feel no fear, no hesitation, no concern for their own survival." The wolves exchanged glances, processing this information. Sam spoke again. "How do we kill them? The same way you'd kill any vampire," Jasper said. "Dismemberment and fire. Ripping them apart isn't enough. The pieces will continue trying to reassemble if given the chance. You have to burn the parts, reduce them to ash. Only then is a vampire truly destroyed." "Emmett," Jasper called, "demonstrate with me. Show them what newborn fighting looks like." Emmett's face split into a grin, eager and enthusiastic. He loved physical combat, loved testing his considerable strength against worthy opponents. He and Jasper moved to the center of the clearing, taking positions about 20 feet apart. What happened next was almost too fast for Bella to follow. One moment they were standing still, the next they were a blur of motion, colliding with a sound like boulders crashing together. Emmett's size and strength was obvious, his massive frame attempting to overwhelm Jasper through pure power. But Jasper moved like water, flowing around Emmett's attacks, using his opponent's momentum against him. They grappled and separated and clashed again, moving across the clearing at speeds that made Bella dizzy trying to track. Then Jasper did something that looked impossible. He seemed to simply flow past Emmett's defenses, his hand snaking out to grip Emmett's neck. In a real fight, Jasper's voice carried across the clearing even as they continued to grapple. I would tear his head off at this point. Decapitation, dismemberment of limbs, anything that prevents them from fighting back. They separated, both taking exaggerated bows as if they'd performed rather than demonstrated lethal combat. The wolves watched with expressions ranging from impressed to disturbed, seeing for the first time what vampire combat actually looked like, understanding the level of violence they were preparing to face. "Your turn," Jasper said, looking at the wolves. "Show us how you fight. Let us understand your capabilities." Sam nodded, and he and 3 others, Paul, Jared, and Embry, stepped away from the group. They phased in seconds, massive wolves replacing human forms, and began to demonstrate their own combat style. Where vampires fought with precision and speed, the wolves fought with raw power and pack coordination. They moved together, flanking and circling, demonstrating how they could attack from multiple angles simultaneously. Their jaws were massive, teeth designed to crunch through vampire stone. Their claws left deep gouges in the rock where they struck. "Impressive," Carlyle said quietly, and meant it. "The coordination, the way you move as a unit, it's remarkable." "We share thoughts in wolf form," Sam explained after phasing back. "Perfect communication, perfect coordination. One sees something, we all see it. One has a strategy, we all know it instantly. It's our greatest advantage. It's also potentially our greatest asset in this fight," Jasper said, his tactical mind already working. "If you can share information instantly, if you can adapt to changing battlefield conditions without verbal communication, you can respond to threats the newborns present before we even recognize them. Combined with our speed and your strength, we might actually have a chance." The morning progressed with increasing cooperation. Jasper demonstrated various newborn attack patterns, showing how they fought in waves, overwhelming through numbers and aggression. He taught them to watch for the tells that preceded attacks, the subtle shifts in weight and focus that gave away intention. He showed them how to exploit newborn weaknesses, how their lack of experience made them predictable despite their strength. The wolves, for their part, demonstrated their pack tactics, showing how they could surround and isolate targets, how they communicated in battle, how they used their size and jaw strength to maximum advantage. Sam explained their rapid healing, how injuries that would kill a human or seriously wound a vampire could heal within hours for a werewolf, their supernatural metabolism working overtime to repair damage. Slowly, carefully, they began to practice working together. A wolf would attack from one angle while a vampire attacked from another. They learned each other's patterns, began to anticipate movements, started to develop the kind of coordination that might keep them alive in actual combat. But the tension never fully disappeared. Bella could see it in the way the wolves' lips would curl back when vampires moved too quickly near them. Could see it in the way the Cullens would go very still when a wolf got too close, their bodies preparing for fight or flight despite their conscious control. The instinct to see each other as enemies was bone deep, genetic, impossible to fully suppress. Jacob rarely left his human form during the demonstrations, staying close to Bella, his body heat a furnace against the cool morning air. She knew it was harder for him than the others, being around Edward specifically, the vampire who'd won the girl Jacob loved. But he controlled it with visible effort, his jaw tight, his hands occasionally clenching into fists before deliberately relaxing. "You'll be with Bella during the battle," Jasper said to Jacob, bringing him into a demonstration. "Show me how you'd protect her if a newborn got close." Jacob phased, his russet wolf form appearing in the space where his human body had been. He positioned himself between Bella and where Jasper indicated an imaginary threat would come from, his massive body a wall of muscle and teeth. Edward moved to stand beside Jacob, the two of them creating a united defense despite the obvious animosity between them. "Good," Jasper said. "The newborn would have to go through both of you to reach her. Wolf strength and jaw power combined with vampire speed and experience. That's a significant obstacle, even for a newborn. But you both need to be prepared for Victoria herself to attempt reaching Bella. She won't be like the newborns. She's older, experienced, cunning. She'll be harder to stop." Seth, the youngest of the pack at 15, volunteered to work with Edward and Jacob on protecting Bella. He phased into a sandy-colored wolf, smaller than the others but still massive by normal standards, and took up a position on Bella's other side. His thoughts, Edward explained, were clearer than the others around vampires. His youth, meaning less ingrained hatred, making him easier to work with. The training continued for hours as the sun climbed higher, burning off the mist, warming the air to something almost pleasant. They practiced scenarios, ran drills, learned the geography of the clearing where they'd chosen to make their stand. Alice watched the future constantly, her visions showing which strategies had better outcomes, which formations kept more people alive. Bella watched it all from the sidelines, feeling useless and guilty. All this preparation, all this danger, all because Victoria wanted revenge for James's death. All because Bella had been unfortunate enough to smell appealing to attract a vampire, to draw Edward's protection and affection in ways that had ultimately led to James's destruction. Edward found her during a break, bringing water he'd taken from a cooler they'd brought. "You're spiraling," he said gently, reading her expression if not her thoughts. "I can see it in your face. This isn't your fault, Bella." "How can it not be my fault?" Bella asked. "Victoria created an army to kill me specifically. Everyone here is risking their lives because of me. Victoria created an army because she chose revenge over reason," Edward corrected. "James chose to hunt you. We chose to protect you. Those are all choices made by other people, Bella. You don't control anyone's actions but your own." Jacob appeared, having phased back to human form, his skin still radiating the heat of his wolf body. "Bloodsucker's right," he said, and the casual use of the slur made Edward tense. "This isn't on you, Bells. Victoria's insane, creating an army like this. That's not your doing. That's her being a psycho vampire who can't let go. The fact that you two are agreeing on something might be a sign of the apocalypse," Bella said, attempting lightness despite her dark thoughts. "Don't get used to it," Jacob said, but there was no real heat in his voice. "Once this battle is over, we go back to being enemies. Natural order of things. Looking forward to it," Edward replied with equal insincerity. They returned to training, and now Jasper called Bella forward. "If you're going to be visible during the battle, you need to understand basic self-defense," he said. "I'm not expecting you to fight vampires, but you should know how to protect yourself if somehow both Edward and the wolves fail to stop an attacker." The next hour was uncomfortable and educational in equal measure. Jasper taught Bella the vulnerable points on a vampire's body. Not that many existed. The eyes could be damaged temporarily. The joints could be exploited if you had enough strength and leverage. But mostly, Jasper taught her how to escape holds, how to drop her weight and slide out of grips, how to make herself a difficult target. Your best defense is being impossible to hold on to, Jasper explained. Vampires expect humans to freeze in fear, to make their jobs easy. If you can stay calm enough to move, to twist away, to buy even a few seconds, that might be enough for Edward or Jacob to reach you. They practiced until Bella was exhausted and bruised, her human limitations obvious next to the supernatural abilities surrounding her. But she was learning, understanding her own body's capabilities and limits in ways she'd never considered. Carlisle called a break around midday, and both groups separated to their respective sides of the clearing. The Cullens didn't need food or rest, but the wolves definitely did, their metabolisms burning through calories at rates that required nearly constant eating. Seth had brought a cooler full of food, and the wolves tore into it with enthusiasm, consuming amounts that would have fed a normal family for days. Bella sat with Edward and Alice, watching the two groups maintain their careful distance even during the break. "This is so strange," she said quietly, watching them work together, knowing how much they hate each other. "Hate might be too strong a word," Alice said, her eyes distant as she watched futures unfold. Instinctive animosity, genetic programming to see each other as threats. But hate implies choice, emotion. This is deeper than that, more fundamental. They're learning to override their nature, which is probably harder than actually fighting the newborns will be. The afternoon training focused on the actual battle plan. They mapped out the clearing, designated positions, worked out how the two groups would coordinate during the fight. Jasper explained that newborns would likely attack in waves, testing defenses, looking for weaknesses. The strategy was to funnel them into kill zones, places where vampires and wolves could work together to destroy them efficiently. "Alice will watch the future during the battle," Jasper explained. "She'll see attacks before they develop, can warn us about threats. That gives us an advantage newborns won't expect or understand." Combined with Edward reading thoughts of any newborns close enough, we'll have intelligence advantages that offset their numerical superiority. "What about Victoria?" Sam asked. "You said she'd be going for Bella specifically. How do we handle her?" Jasper pointed to a spot at the far end of the clearing, a rocky outcropping that provided elevation and limited approach angles. "Bella will be there with Edward and Seth, Jacob in wolf form as well. Victoria will have to come to them. We'll have to approach across open ground where Alice can see her coming. When she commits to that attack, Carlisle and I will move to intercept Emmett as backup. We'll destroy her while the rest of you handle the newborn army." "Seems like a lot of resources dedicated to protecting one human," Paul muttered, and there was resentment in his voice. "That one human is the reason we're all here," Jasper said flatly. "She's the target, the bait, the thing Victoria wants most. Keeping her alive and visible is essential to the plan working. If Victoria sees Bella fall, she might retreat, take her army, and disappear rather than face us directly. We need her committed, need her focused on reaching Bella, so we can destroy her." The logic was sound, but it still made Bella feel like a tool, a thing being used rather than a person being protected. She understood the strategic necessity, but hated being central to it nonetheless. As the sun began its descent toward the horizon, the training concluded. Both groups were exhausted in different ways. The wolves from the physical exertion, their metabolisms pushed to limits. Even their supernatural healing struggled to keep up with. The Cullens, from the mental strain of maintaining control around werewolves for hours, of suppressing instincts that screamed these were enemies to be destroyed. "One more session tomorrow," Jasper said. "Then we wait. Alice's visions show the attack coming in 3 days. We'll be ready." The group separated, heading back to their respective territories. Edward drove Bella home in the Volvo, the car's heater running to combat the chill that had settled into her bones during the long day. She was bruised and exhausted and terrified of what was coming. "You were brave today," Edward said quietly. "Watching you train, watching you accept this role despite your fear, it reminded me why I love you. You face impossible things with impossible courage." "I don't feel courageous," Bella admitted. "I feel scared and useless and guilty that everyone's risking their lives for me." "Courage isn't the absence of fear," Edward said. "It's acting despite the fear. And you're not useless, Bella. You're the reason all of us are fighting, the thing worth protecting. That's not useless. That's essential." At home, Charlie was watching the news. More reports from Seattle. The missing persons count had stopped climbing, which authorities were calling a positive sign, but which Bella knew meant something more ominous. Victoria had gathered her army. The newborns were ready. The attack was imminent. She went through the motions of normal evening routine, eating dinner she barely tasted, pretending to do homework, saying goodnight to Charlie. In her room, Edward appeared through the window with his usual silent grace, and Bella fell into his cold arms with relief, letting him carry her weight, letting him be strong while she acknowledged her own fear. 3 days, she whispered against his chest. In 3 days, this is over one way or another. We'll survive this, Edward promised. All of us, the wolves, my family, and especially you. I won't allow any other outcome. But even he couldn't promise that with certainty, couldn't control every variable in a battle with 20 or more newborn vampires. All they could do was prepare and hope and fight when the time came. Outside, Fawkes slept on, unaware that in 3 days a supernatural battle would be fought in the mountains nearby, that vampires and werewolves would work together for the first time in generations, that a human girl's survival would depend on enemies becoming allies and on strategies holding against overwhelming force. The training was done. The plans were made. Now all that remained was the waiting, the slow countdown to violence, the gathering of courage for a fight none of them wanted, but all of them knew was inevitable. Bella closed her eyes and tried to sleep, knowing rest would be hard to come by in the days ahead, knowing the nightmares would come as they always did before danger. But Edward's arms were around her, cold and strong and unwavering, and that would have to be enough. 3 days until the battle. 3 days until Victoria's revenge came to fruition or was destroyed in the attempt. 3 days until Bella learned whether love and alliance and preparation would be sufficient to survive an army created specifically to kill her. 3 days, and then everything would change, one way or another. The Cullen house had been transformed into something that belonged in a magazine spread rather than reality, all white lights and elegant decorations that somehow managed to feel festive without being tacky. Alice had outdone herself, which shouldn't have surprised anyone given her obsessive attention to detail and her ability to literally see the future. She'd known exactly which decorations would photograph well, which lighting would be most flattering, which arrangements would make the Fawkes High School senior class feel like they'd stepped into something magical. Bella stood near the massive glass windows that formed the back wall of the house, looking out at the forest beyond and trying to calm the anxiety that had taken up permanent residence in her chest. The party was supposed to be a celebration, an acknowledgement that they'd all survived high school and were moving forward into whatever came next. But Bella couldn't shake the knowledge that in less than 48 hours, a vampire army would descend on Forks with the specific goal of killing her. The juxtaposition of party planning and battle preparation had been surreal. Alice dividing her time between watching futures for Victoria's attack and arranging catering for the graduation celebration. Jasper alternating between teaching combat tactics and using his empathic abilities to ensure party guests would feel welcome and comfortable. The entire Cullen family existing in this strange duality, preparing for violence while maintaining the fiction of normal teenage life. The graduation ceremony itself had been that morning, held in the Forks High School gymnasium with its sagging basketball hoops and water-stained ceiling tiles. 358 students, now 357 graduates, had walked across a temporary stage to receive diplomas that represented 12 years of education and the official transition into adulthood. Jessica Stanley had given the valedictorian speech, her voice carrying across the crowded gym with surprising authority. She talked about endings and beginnings, about how graduation wasn't really an ending, but a doorway into new possibilities, about how the people they'd spent the last 4 years with would scatter across the country and the world, but the bonds formed in Forks would remain, invisible threads connecting them across distance and time. Bella had listened from her seat between Angela and Edward, her cap threatening to slide off her head despite the bobby pins she'd used to secure it. The speech had been good, surprisingly thoughtful, though Bella had barely been able to focus on the words. Her mind kept drifting to the battle, to the newborns gathering in Seattle, to the fact that she might not live to see next week. When her name was called, when she'd walked across that stage to shake Principal Green's hand and accept her diploma, Bella had felt a strange disconnect from the moment. This should have been significant, meaningful, a milestone worth celebrating. Instead, it felt like going through motions, performing a ritual that belonged to a version of herself that no longer existed. Charlie had been there, of course, sitting in the bleachers with Billy Black, the two of them looking uncomfortable in the folding chairs, but proud nonetheless. Charlie had taken approximately 600 photos, his police-issue camera clicking constantly, capturing moments he'd apparently been anticipating since Bella was born. The pride on his face had made Bella's throat tight with emotion and guilt in equal measure. He thought his daughter was graduating high school and moving on to college. He had no idea she was planning to become a vampire, that she'd likely never attend university or have a normal human future. After the ceremony, Charlie had taken her to lunch at the diner, just the two of them, one of the few times they'd been alone together in months. He'd been awkward but genuine, telling her how proud he was, how much she'd grown up, how he wished Renee could have been there to see it. He'd given her a gift, a charm bracelet that had belonged to her grandmother, delicate silver, with a single heart-shaped charm hanging from it. "It's not much," Charlie had said, his gruff voice carrying emotion he didn't quite know how to express. "But your grandma wore it every day of her life, and when she died, she asked me to give it to you when you graduated, said it would keep you safe, which I know is just superstition, but it felt right to pass it along." Bella had cried then, overcome by the gesture and the impossibility of explaining that she'd need more than a charm bracelet to keep her safe from what was coming. Charlie had looked panicked at her tears, patting her shoulder awkwardly until she'd gotten herself under control. Now, standing in the Cullen house waiting for her classmates to arrive for the party, Bella touched the bracelet at her wrist. The silver was warm from her body heat, the heart charm catching the light. She'd worn it constantly since Charlie had given it to her, a tangible reminder of family and human connection, and the life she'd be leaving behind when transformation eventually came. Edward appeared at her side with his characteristic silent grace, his cold hand finding hers. "You're thinking too hard," he said gently. "Tonight is supposed to be a celebration. Try to enjoy it." "How can I enjoy it, knowing what's coming?" Bella asked. "How can I pretend everything's normal when in 2 days we're fighting for our lives?" "Because that's what we do," Edward said. "We maintain the fiction of normalcy until we can't anymore. These people, your classmates, they deserve a good party, a proper goodbye to high school, and you deserve a few hours of not thinking about battles and newborns and death." The first guests began arriving around 7, driven by parents who eyed the Cullen house with varying degrees of awe and suspicion. The house had that effect on people, its modern architecture and obvious expense marking the Cullens as wealthy and therefore automatically suspect in a town where most people got by on modest incomes and practical vehicles. Jessica and Mike arrived together. Not quite a couple, but not quite not a couple either. Their relationship status as ambiguous as it had been all year. Jessica's eyes went wide when she entered, taking in the decorations and the space and the sheer luxury of it all. "This is incredible," she breathed, already pulling out her phone to take pictures. Angela and Ben came next, quieter and more comfortable with each other than Jessica and Mike, their relationship solid in a way that suggested it might actually last beyond high school. Angela hugged Bella tightly, whispering congratulations that felt genuine rather than performative. More students streamed in, filling the house with noise and energy that was almost overwhelming after the careful quiet the Cullens usually maintained. Tyler Crowley arrived with Lauren Mallory, the two of them eyeing the Cullens with obvious fascination. Eric and half the school newspaper staff came as a group, already documenting everything for a final senior year article that would probably never be published since school was over. The Cullens moved through the party with practiced ease, their supernatural nature hidden behind smiles and casual conversation. Esme played hostess perfectly, welcoming students and making them feel comfortable despite the intimidating house. Carlisle appeared briefly, fresh from the hospital, his doctor's warmth putting even the most nervous guests at ease. Alice flitted between groups like a hummingbird, her energy infectious, her predictions about who would enjoy what music or food making the party flow seamlessly. Emmett's booming laugh carried across the room as he engaged students in conversation about sports and cars, topics he could discuss endlessly without revealing anything supernatural. Even Rosalie, usually standoffish, made an effort to be pleasant, her spectacular beauty softened by careful friendliness. Jasper maintained his position near the edges of the party, using his empathic abilities to smooth over any tension or discomfort, ensuring the emotional atmosphere remained positive and celebratory. Bella could see him concentrating, could imagine the waves of contentment and joy he was projecting across the crowded room. Edward stayed close to Bella, his hand often finding hers, his presence a constant comfort. When Jessica cornered Bella for pictures, Edward graciously stepped aside, but remained close enough to intervene if needed. When Mike attempted to engage Bella in conversation about their shared biology class memories, Edward's expression remained pleasant, but his body language clearly communicated ownership in ways Mike couldn't miss. The party progressed with surprising smoothness. Music played from the sound system Alice had set up, a mix of current hits and classics that somehow appealed to everyone. Food appeared in constant supply despite the number of students consuming it. Alice's planning accounting for teenage appetites with impressive accuracy. The Cullens themselves didn't eat, but they moved through the motions, convincingly enough that no one seemed to notice. As the evening wore on, Bella found herself pulled into conversations she'd usually avoid. Jessica wanted to discuss college plans, where everyone was going, what majors they'd declared. Angela asked gentle questions about Bella's relationship with Edward, clearly happy for her friend, but also slightly worried in the way good friends are when they sense complications they can't quite name. Mike made awkward jokes about finally being free from high school chemistry and physics, his humor not quite masking the relief that this chapter was ending. Around 9, when the party was at its peak, Alice suddenly went very still near the refreshment table, her body taking on that frozen quality that meant she was seeing something. Edward noticed immediately, his hand tightening on Bella's. Across the room, Jasper's head snapped toward his mate, reading her emotional state and clearly not liking what he felt. Alice's eyes refocused, and she moved quickly toward Edward and Bella, her smile fixed in place for the benefit of the human guests around them. "We need to talk," she said quietly, her voice barely audible under the music. Now, upstairs, the three of them excused themselves, Edward making some comment about showing Bella something in his room that earned knowing looks from several students. They climbed the stairs quickly, Alice leading them to Carlisle's study where the rest of the family was already gathering, having clearly received some silent signal Bella hadn't caught. "What did you see?" Carlisle asked as soon as the door closed behind them. Alice's expression was troubled in a way Bella had rarely seen. "Victoria's made her decision," she said. "The attack is happening tomorrow night, not the night after. She's moving the timeline up, probably trying to catch us less prepared." "Tomorrow," Jasper repeated, his tactical mind already adjusting strategies. "That's less than 24 hours. We need to contact the pack immediately. Make sure they're ready." "There's more," Alice said, and her eyes found Bella. "She's bringing more than we thought. I'm seeing at least 23 newborns, maybe 25. The numbers keep shifting because some of them are fighting among themselves, killing each other before the battle even starts. But there will be more than we planned for." The weight of this settled over the room like a physical thing. 25 newborns against 7 Cullens and 8 werewolves. The odds had just gotten significantly worse. "We can handle it," Emmett said, his usual confidence slightly forced. "We've trained, we've planned, we know their weaknesses." "Numbers matter," Jasper countered. "Even with preparation, even with the wolves, we'll be stretched thin. If even a few newborns break through our lines and reach the town, humans will die. We can't allow that." "Then we adjust the plan," Carlisle said, his voice calm despite the circumstances. "We spread out more, create a wider defensive perimeter. We use the terrain to our advantage, funnel them into tighter kill zones." "What about Bella's position?" Edward asked, the question carrying all his fear and protectiveness. "If there are more newborns than expected, can we guarantee Victoria won't use them to overwhelm the guards around Bella?" Alice's eyes went distant again, watching futures shift and reform based on the new information. "The position still holds," she said. "Victoria is singularly focused on reaching Bella personally. She'll use the newborns to occupy everyone else, but she wants to kill Bella herself. That obsession is our advantage. As long as Bella's visible and Victoria thinks she can reach her, she'll commit to the attack." A knock on the study door interrupted them. and Esme entered with Jacob Black behind her. The young werewolf looked deeply uncomfortable in the Cullen house, his whole body radiating tension, but his expression was serious. "Sam sent me," Jacob said without preamble, his eyes finding Bella and softening slightly before hardening again as they moved to Edward. "He wanted me to tell you we can smell vampire activity near the reservation. Not the Cullens, different scent. Multiple vampires, all with that newborn smell of too much venom and fresh blood. They're getting close. Tomorrow night," Edward said. "Victoria's moving her attack up to tomorrow night. We just saw it in Alice's visions." Jacob's expression darkened. "That doesn't give us much time. Sam will need to organize the pack, make sure everyone's ready. We were expecting another day to prepare." "Then we prepare faster," Jasper said. "Tell Sam we need to meet at the clearing at dawn for one final coordination. We'll review positions, make adjustments for the increased numbers, ensure everyone understands the updated strategy." Jacob nodded, then his eyes found Bella again. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice dropping lower, more personal. "I'm terrified," Bella admitted, "but I'm ready, or as ready as I'm going to be." "I'll keep you safe," Jacob said, and there was such certainty in his voice that Bella almost believed him. "Whatever else happens, I'll make sure you survive this, Bells." The moment between them stretched, awkward and intimate. Edward's presence beside Bella, a cold counterpoint to Jacob's warmth. Then Jacob nodded once and left, phasing as soon as he was outside, his massive russet wolf form disappearing into the trees at speeds that would carry him back to the reservation in minutes. "We need to end the party," Rosalie said, practical as always. "Send the humans home. Focus on preparation." "No," Alice said firmly. "Ending the party early would raise questions, would create exactly the kind of attention we're trying to avoid. We maintain normalcy for another hour, then let it wind down naturally. In the meantime, we prepare mentally. Tomorrow we fight, but tonight we give these students one last good memory of high school." They returned to the party, the Cullens' expressions carefully arranged to hide the tension thrumming through all of them. Bella found it almost impossible to make small talk, to smile and nod and pretend everything was fine, when in less than 24 hours she'd be standing on a rocky outcropping being used as bait for a vampire army. Around 10, students began leaving, driven home by parents, or in some cases driving themselves in cars that looked questionable at best. Jessica hugged Bella goodbye with slightly drunken enthusiasm, made Bella promise they'd stay in touch. That distance wouldn't make them strangers. Angela's goodbye was quieter, but more sincere, her gentle eyes seeing more than she said, her expression suggesting she knew something was wrong, even if she couldn't name what. By 11, the last guests had departed, and the house fell into silence that felt heavy after hours of noise. The Cullens moved through cleanup with supernatural efficiency, the evidence of the party disappearing in minutes that would have taken humans hours. Bella sat on the white sofa, exhausted and overwhelmed, watching them work. Edward settled beside her, his arm around her shoulders, pulling her against his cold side. "Tomorrow," Bella said quietly, the word carrying weight beyond its simple syllables. "Tomorrow," Edward agreed. "But tonight, you should sleep. You need rest before what's coming." Carlyle appeared with a small bottle. "Sleeping pills," he said gently, offering it to Bella. "Not strong, just enough to help you rest despite your anxiety. Your body needs sleep, Bella. You need to be as rested as possible." Bella took the pills, swallowing 2 with water Esme brought. Edward drove her home through streets that were empty and dark, Fawkes already asleep and unaware of the violence brewing just beyond its borders, Charlie was still awake when she came in, watching late-night television in his recliner. "Good party?" he asked, looking up. "It was nice," Bella said honestly. "Alice really outdid herself." Charlie nodded, then his expression grew more serious. "Billy called earlier," he said. "Wanted to warn me that there's been some kind of animal activity near the reservation. Big predators, maybe a pack of wolves or mountain lions. He suggested people should stay close to home for the next few days, not go hiking alone in the woods." Bella's heart clenched at the careful way Billy was trying to warn Charlie without revealing supernatural truths. "I'll be careful," she promised. "I'm not planning on going anywhere tomorrow anyway." "Good," Charlie said, relief evident in his voice. "I've got a double shift at the station. Won't be home until late. But you stay inside, okay? Whatever's out there. I don't want you anywhere near it." The irony of that statement, given that Bella would be deliberately positioned as bait for vampire attack, was almost painful. "I'll stay close to Edward," she said, which was true if misleading. In her room, Bella changed into pajamas and climbed into bed, feeling the sleeping pills already beginning to work, pulling her toward unconsciousness. Edward appeared through the window moments later, settling into the rocking chair to keep his vigil. "Sing to me," Bella murmured, her words already slurring with approaching sleep. "Like you used to, when this all started." Edward's voice filled the darkness, humming a melody he'd composed, something that spoke of longing and fear and love too profound to express in words alone. Bella felt herself drifting, the pills and Edward's voice combining to pull her under despite her anxiety. Her last conscious thought was of the charm bracelet at her wrist, the silver heart warm against her skin, a talisman from her grandmother meant to keep her safe. She didn't believe in superstition, didn't think a piece of jewelry could protect against vampire armies, but she hoped anyway, hoped that love and preparation and alliance would be enough, that tomorrow night wouldn't be the end, but just another chapter in an impossible story that had started with a girl moving to a rainy town and falling in love with a vampire. Sleep claimed her then, deep and dreamless, the sleeping pills ensuring rest her anxious mind couldn't have found on its own. Edward watched from the rocking chair, his golden eyes never leaving her face, memorizing every detail as if this might be the last peaceful sleep she'd ever have. Outside, Fawkes continued its oblivious existence. Houses dark, streets empty, the town sleeping under its perpetual cloud cover, unaware that tomorrow night, the forest north of town would become a battlefield, unaware that vampires and werewolves would fight together against a common threat, unaware that one human girl's survival would depend on alliances that shouldn't exist, and love strong enough to face impossible odds. The graduation party was over. High school was finished. And tomorrow, everything Bella Swan thought she knew about survival and sacrifice, and the price of loving a vampire, would be tested in ways that would leave scars no amount of vampire venom could heal. But tonight, she slept, and Edward kept watch, and the hours until battle ticked away with the steady inevitability of a countdown that no one could stop. Dawn came too quickly, pulling Bella from sleep that had been deeper than natural. The sleeping pills Carlyle had given her, ensuring rest despite the terror waiting on the other side of consciousness. For a moment, still caught in that fog between dreaming and waking, she forgot what day it was, forgot what was coming. Then, reality crashed back, and with it, the understanding that today was the day Victoria's army would attack. Edward was still in the rocking chair, exactly where he'd been when she'd fallen asleep, his position unchanged, as if he'd transformed into a statue during the night. His golden eyes tracked her as she sat up, his expression carrying weight that had nothing to do with his century of existence and everything to do with fear for what the next hours would bring. "It's time," he said quietly, and those two words contained multitudes. The dawn meeting at the clearing was brief and focused, all pretense of normalcy stripped away in favor of military efficiency. The Cullens and the werewolf pack faced each other in the early light, the mist rising from the ground like smoke, the air cold enough that Bella's breath came in visible clouds, while everyone else remained unaffected by temperature. Jasper took command with the natural authority of someone who'd led troops in actual warfare, his Confederate military training evident in every crisp instruction. "The newborns will arrive after nightfall," he said, his voice carrying across the clearing. Alice's visions show them moving as a group, coordinated enough to suggest Victoria or someone else is directing them. They'll approach from the north, coming down through the mountain passes. He indicated positions on the rough map he'd drawn in the dirt with a stick, showing where each defender would be stationed. Emmett and Rosalie on the left flank, where the terrain narrowed and newborns could be funneled into a kill zone. Carlisle and Esme on the right, using similar geographical advantage. Alice and Jasper in the center, where Alice's visions and Jasper's experience could provide real-time coordination. The wolves spread strategically between these positions, their pack coordination allowing them to support wherever need was greatest. "And here," Jasper said, indicating the rocky outcropping at the south end of the clearing, "is where Bella will be. Edward and Seth in close protection, Jacob in wolf form as mobile defense. This position gives clear sightlines of the entire battlefield and makes Victoria's approach predictable. She'll have to cross open ground to reach Bella, which gives us time to intercept." Sam, in human form, studied the map with tactical consideration. "What if she sends newborns ahead?" he asked. "Uses them to test the defenses around Bella before committing herself. Then we destroy them," Edward said flatly. "Nothing reaches Bella. That's the absolute priority." The pack members nodded, their expressions grim. Even Paul, usually antagonistic, seemed focused entirely on the tactical necessities rather than his hatred of vampires. They all understood what was at stake, that failure meant not just Bella's death but potentially the slaughter of everyone in Forks, as an out-of-control newborn army tore through the defenseless town. "One more thing," Alice said, her eyes distant as she watched futures unfold. "I'm seeing possible outcomes where some of you get injured, not killed, but hurt badly enough to affect your fighting ability. Carlisle, you'll need to be ready to provide field medicine to both vampires and wolves if necessary." "I'll do what I can," Carlisle said, though his expression suggested concern about the limitations of treating werewolf injuries with vampire medical knowledge. They dispersed with final nods and grim determination, the pack phasing into their wolf forms and disappearing into the forest to patrol and wait, the Cullens returning to their house to pass the daylight hours in preparation. Edward drove Bella home, neither of them speaking, the weight of impending violence making conversation feel impossible. The day passed with surreal slowness, hours stretching like taffy, time becoming elastic and strange. Bella tried to distract herself with normalcy, eating breakfast she couldn't taste, pretending to read a book whose words wouldn't arrange themselves into meaning, attempting to watch television whose images flickered past without comprehension. Charlie left for work around 8, his double shift meaning he wouldn't be home until well after midnight, long after the battle would be decided one way or another. He'd hugged Bella before leaving, awkward and gruff, telling her to stay safe, to call if she needed anything. The guilt of deceiving him sat heavy in Bella's stomach, knowing he thought she'd spend the day safely at home when in reality she'd be standing in a clearing being used as bait for vampire attack. Edward returned at noon, bringing Alice with him. They sat with Bella in the living room, Alice chattering about insignificant things, in obvious attempt to distract from the countdown. Edward silent and brooding, his hand never leaving Bella's. Around 3 in the afternoon, Jasper arrived with news that the newborn army had been spotted moving south from Seattle, their pace suggesting they'd arrive at the clearing shortly after nightfall, as Alice had predicted. The confirmation made everything suddenly, terrifyingly real. This was happening tonight. In just a few hours, Bella would be standing in the dark, watching vampires and werewolves fight for her survival. "You should eat something substantial," Jasper said to Bella, his tactical mind focused on practical necessities. "You'll need energy, and there's no telling how long the battle will last. Once the fighting starts, you won't be able to eat for hours." Bella forced down a sandwich that tasted like sawdust, drank water she didn't want, her stomach rebelling against food when anxiety had taken up all available space. Edward watched her eat with the intensity of someone memorizing details, as if this mundane act of consumption might be the last normal thing he witnessed. As the afternoon bled into evening, the Cullens began their final preparations. Carlisle packed a medical kit with supplies for treating both vampire and werewolf injuries. Though everyone knew vampire healing meant most wounds would close on their own if given time, Emmett tested his strength against a boulder near the tree line, shattering it into fragments with casual power that reminded Bella exactly how dangerous even the supposedly gentle Cullens could be. Rosalie stood at the window staring out at the forest, her spectacular face set in lines of determination that made her look like an avenging angel. Alice's visions became more frequent as the timeline shortened, her eyes going distant every few minutes, watching outcomes shift and reform based on tiny changes in decision and chance. She'd periodically announce updates, small modifications to the battle plan based on what she was seeing. Move Emmett 3 yards left. Have Leah start in wolf form rather than human. Adjust Bella's position higher on the outcropping. As twilight approached, Edward drove Bella to the clearing in the Volvo, the car's engine the only sound in a world that seemed to be holding its breath. They didn't speak, had already said everything that could be said, had exhausted words and were left only with the reality of impending violence. The clearing looked different in the evening light, shadows stretching long across the grass, the surrounding forest dark and foreboding. The Cullens were already there, positioned strategically, their pale faces luminous in the fading light. The wolves arrived as massive shapes emerging from the trees, 8 creatures that belonged in nightmares, all teeth and muscle and predatory grace. Edward helped Bella climb to the rocky outcropping that would be her position, Seth already there in his sandy-colored wolf form, his tail wagging slightly when he saw Bella despite the circumstances. Jacob's russet wolf appeared moments later, taking position on Bella's other side, his dark eyes finding hers and holding for a moment that communicated everything words couldn't. The waiting was agony, minutes crawling past as darkness fully settled over the clearing. Bella stood between the 2 wolves, their body heat keeping her warm despite the cold night air. Edward in front of her, facing outward toward where the newborns would approach. His body was coiled tension, every line of him screaming readiness for violence. Alice's voice carried across the clearing. preternaturally clear despite the distance. 10 minutes, she called. They're 10 minutes out. The defenders shifted positions slightly. Final adjustments, everyone moving into their designated places. Carlyle and Esme on the right, disappearing into shadows that would allow them to attack from ambush. Emmett and Rosalie on the left. Emmett bouncing slightly on his feet, with barely contained eagerness for the fight. Alice and Jasper in the center, Alice's eyes distant, and Jasper utterly still, in the way that meant he was ready to explode into motion. The wolves spread between these positions, some in the trees, some in the open, all of them radiating menace. 5 minutes, Alice called. Bella's heart hammered against her ribs, fear making her hands shake until she clenched them into fists. Edward glanced back at her, his expression carrying apology and love and determination in equal measure. "Whatever happens," he said quietly, "know that I love you. Know that every moment with you has been worth this." Before Bella could respond, before she could tell him she loved him too, Alice's voice cut through the night. "They're here." The newborns came from the north like a wave, pale figures moving with supernatural speed through the trees, their approach loud and crashing rather than the silent grace of experienced vampires. Bella counted them as they emerged into the clearing, her breath catching at the sheer number. 23, 24, 25, more than they'd planned for, more than seemed possible to fight. They looked young because they were, most of them appearing to be in their late teens or early 20s, frozen at whatever age they'd been transformed. But their eyes were uniformly red, bright crimson that spoke of human blood consumed, of victims drained and discarded. Their movements were jerky, aggressive, driven by instinct rather than thought, and the sound they made was inhuman, snarls and hisses that raised every hair on Bella's body. The newborns spread across the clearing, their formation chaotic, driven by bloodlust and confused leadership. They'd clearly been given instructions to attack, but the specifics seemed vague, their attention divided between the various defenders positioned around the clearing. Then the fighting began. It happened so fast Bella could barely track it. Vampires and werewolves exploding into motion, the clearing transforming into chaos and violence. The sound was terrible, snarls and growls, and the crash of bodies colliding, the wet tearing noise of vampire stone being ripped apart, the howls of wolves and the screams of newborns. Emmett met the first wave head-on, his massive strength allowing him to simply overpower newborns despite their enhanced abilities. He grabbed one by the throat and tore, the newborn's head separating from its body with a sound like rock splitting. Rosalie was beside him, faster if less strong, her movements precise and deadly, exploiting weaknesses Jasper had taught them to recognize. The wolves attacked from multiple angles, their pack coordination evident in how they moved as a unit. Sam's massive black form took down a newborn from behind, while Paul's grey wolf tore at another from the side. Jared and Embry worked together, one distracting while the other attacked, their teamwork brutal and effective. Carlyle and Esme fought with reluctance evident in their movements, destroying newborns because they had to, but taking no joy in the violence. Carlyle's medical precision meant he knew exactly where to strike for maximum damage, how to disable quickly to minimize suffering. Esme stayed close to him, protecting his back. Her maternal instincts translated into fierce defense of her family. In the center, Jasper was a whirlwind of controlled violence, his expertise with newborns evident in every movement. He seemed to anticipate attacks before they developed, moving through the chaos like a dancer, destroying with efficiency that spoke of centuries of practice. Alice stayed close, her visions guiding their movements, calling out warnings before dangers materialized. But there were so many newborns, and they kept coming, waves of them attacking from different angles, testing defenses, overwhelming through sheer numbers. One broke through the right flank, sprinting toward Bella's position with single-minded focus. Edward moved to intercept, his speed allowing him to reach the newborn before it got close. They collided with tremendous force, Edward's century of experience evident as he systematically disabled the younger vampire, tearing off limbs with clinical precision. Another newborn approached from the left, and this time Jacob launched himself off the outcropping, his massive wolf form intercepting mid-leap. They tumbled across the ground, Jacob's jaws finding the newborn's neck, the crack of vampire stone giving way to werewolf bite audible even over the chaos of battle. More newborns pushed forward, and Bella realized with growing horror that the defenders were being overwhelmed. For every newborn destroyed, two more seemed to take its place. The wolves were fighting with savage effectiveness, but even their strength had limits. The Cullens were faster and more experienced, but they were outnumbered more than 3 to 1. A newborn got past both flanks, sprinting directly toward Bella with red eyes fixed on her with laser focus. Edward saw it too late, was too far away to intercept. Seth threw himself forward, catching the newborn around the middle, the two of them rolling across the ground in a tangle of pale vampire limbs and sandy wolf fur. Jacob was there instantly, his jaws tearing at the newborn that threatened Seth, the two wolves working together to destroy the threat. But in doing so, they'd left Bella's position less defended, and another newborn was approaching, this one faster and more focused than the others. Edward appeared like a ghost, moving with such speed, Bella barely saw him, intercepting the newborn just feet from where Bella stood. They fought with vicious intensity, Edward's lips pulled back from his teeth in a snarl that was pure predator, nothing human remaining in that expression. Then Alice's voice cut across the battlefield, sharp with urgency. "Victoria," she called. "She's coming from the east. She's made her decision. She's committed." Bella's eyes snapped to the eastern edge of the clearing, and there she was. Victoria moved through the trees with grace that made the newborn's clumsy attacks look amateurish by comparison. Her flame-red hair caught what little light penetrated the forest, making her look like a moving fire. Her eyes found Bella across the distance, and her smile was terrible. Anticipation and hatred, and promised violence. Edward saw her too, his body going rigid with fury. He destroyed the newborn he'd been fighting with vicious efficiency, tearing it apart and leaving the pieces for later burning, then turned toward Victoria. But Victoria was already moving, crossing the clearing with supernatural speed, weaving between fighting vampires and wolves with practiced ease. She knew where she was going, had eyes only for Bella, the human girl whose existence had cost James his life. Carlyle and Jasper moved to intercept, appearing in Victoria's path, but she dodged around them with fluid grace, her experience evident in how she read their attacks before they developed. She was old, Bella realized, much older than the Cullens had estimated. Her movements, speaking of decades if not centuries of survival. A newborn crashed into Carlyle, taking him down, occupying him long enough that Victoria slipped past. Jasper tried to follow, but 3 more newborns engaged him, their numbers overwhelming even his expertise. Victoria was 20 yards from the outcropping. 15. 10. Edward sprinted toward her, his speed incredible, pushing himself beyond normal limits in desperate attempt to intercept. But Victoria had timed this perfectly, had waited for the moment when the defenders would be too occupied to stop her. Then Jacob was there, launching himself off the outcropping directly at Victoria. His massive wolf formed a blur of russet fur and exposed teeth. Victoria tried to dodge, but Jacob was faster than she'd anticipated, his jaws closing on her arm with bone-crushing force. Victoria screamed, high and terrible, wrenching herself free but leaving part of her arm in Jacob's jaws. The wound wouldn't kill her. Vampire stone didn't bleed, but it damaged her ability to fight, weakened her right side. Edward reached them then, his face transformed into something barely recognizable, pure fury and protective instinct erasing every trace of the gentle vampire Bella knew. He and Victoria came together in a clash that sent shockwaves through the ground, the force of their collision rattling Bella's teeth. They fought with vicious intensity, Victoria's experience against Edward's protective rage, both of them moving too fast for Bella to fully track. Victoria was cunning, using Edward's emotions against him, feinting toward Bella to make him overcommit, exploiting the very love that made him dangerous. But Edward was learning her patterns, adapting his mind-reading ability, allowing him to anticipate her moves. When she feinted left, he didn't follow, instead positioning himself to block her actual attack. When she tried to slip past him, he was already there, forcing her back. Jacob circled them, looking for an opening, waiting for the moment he could engage without endangering Edward. Seth had rejoined him, the two wolves working in silent coordination, pack-mind allowing them to communicate intent without words. Victoria made a desperate lunge toward Bella, putting everything into one final push, trying to reach her target before being destroyed. Edward caught her mid-leap, his hands closing on her shoulders, his leverage perfect. He tore, and Victoria's head separated from her body with a sound like rock splitting, her red hair fanning out as both pieces fell to the ground. Edward didn't pause, didn't celebrate, immediately tearing Victoria's body into smaller pieces, preventing any possibility of reassembly. Jacob's wolf form moved in, his massive jaws crushing pieces smaller, ensuring destruction was complete. With Victoria gone, with their creator and director destroyed, the newborn army began to falter. Their attacks became more chaotic, less coordinated, confusion evident in how they moved. Some tried to flee, sprinting back toward the forest, but the wolves were faster, running them down with brutal efficiency. The Cullens pressed their advantage, destroying newborns with systematic precision. Now that the overwhelming numbers had been reduced, Emmett was laughing despite the violence, his enthusiasm for combat impossible to suppress. Rosalie fought beside him with grim determination, her movements elegant even in destruction. Alice and Jasper worked like a perfectly synchronized machine, her visions guiding his attacks, his experience implementing her foresight. One by one, the newborns fell, were torn apart, were reduced to pieces that would need burning. The sounds of battle began to fade, snarls and growls giving way to the crackling of fires as the Cullens began burning vampire remains, ensuring nothing could regenerate. Bella watched from her position on the outcropping, her heart still hammering, her body flooded with adrenaline that had nowhere to go. She'd been terrified, had watched people she loved fight and risk death to protect her, had seen violence that would haunt her nightmares for whatever remained of her human life. But they'd survived. The Cullens were all still standing, dirty and damaged but whole. The wolves were licking wounds that were already beginning to heal, their supernatural metabolism working overtime to repair broken bones and torn flesh. And Victoria was dead, torn apart and burning. Her threat finally ended. Edward appeared at Bella's side, his clothes torn and stained with venom that looked purple-black in the firelight. His face was still carrying traces of the fury that had consumed him during the fight, but it was fading, humanity returning to eyes that had been pure predator moments before. "Are you hurt?" he asked, his cold hands running over her, checking for injuries. "I'm fine," Bella managed, though her voice came out shaky. "You protected me. All of you protected me." Edward pulled her close, his embrace almost painful in its intensity. "I thought I'd lose you," he said into her hair. "When Victoria got past everyone, when she was so close, I thought this was it. I'd failed you." "But you didn't," Bella said. "You stopped her. Jacob stopped her. Everyone stopped her." Around them, the clearing was transforming into a funeral pyre, multiple fires burning vampire remains, the acrid smoke rising toward a sky that was beginning to lighten with approaching dawn. The battle had lasted hours, though it had felt both infinite and instantaneous, time becoming meaningless in the midst of violence. The wolves phased back to human form, gathering near the southern edge of the clearing where they'd left clothes. Sam appeared first, his expression satisfied despite obvious exhaustion. "We won," he said simply. "We destroyed them all." "There will be questions," Carlyle said, his doctor's mind already thinking ahead to consequences. "The Seattle authorities will notice that the disappearances have stopped. The Volturi will want to know what happened here." "Let them ask," Emmett said, still riding the high of combat. "We stopped a newborn army that was threatening exposure. The Volturi should be thanking us, not questioning us." "The Volturi don't thank," Jasper said quietly. "They evaluate and judge, and sometimes destroy. We need to be careful how we present this situation." Jacob approached, human again, his skin still radiating residual heat from his wolf form. He looked exhausted but alive, and Bella felt overwhelming relief wash over her. He'd risked his life tonight, had thrown himself at Victoria without hesitation, had been willing to die to protect Bella from a vampire that had wanted her dead. "Thank you," Bella said, her voice breaking on the words. "Jake, you saved me. You saved all of us." Jacob's expression softened despite his exhaustion. "That's what we do, Bells," he said. "We protect. It's literally in our DNA." The pack gathered, preparing to leave, to return to the reservation and their own families who'd been waiting anxiously for news. Sam nodded to Carlyle, a gesture of respect between leaders who'd fought together despite every instinct screaming they were enemies. "The treaty holds," Sam said, "and perhaps it's stronger now than it was before. We fought together tonight. That's not something easily forgotten." "No," Carlyle agreed. "It's not. You have our gratitude, Sam. Your pack's help made the difference between survival and disaster." The wolves departed, phasing and disappearing into the forest, heading south toward the reservation. The Cullens remained, finishing the burning, ensuring every piece of vampire remains was reduced to ash that could be scattered and forgotten. As dawn fully broke, as the sun began its climb above the mountains, Bella stood in the clearing, surrounded by the evidence of battle, and felt the weight of what had just happened settle into her bones. People had fought and bled and risked death for her survival. Vampires and werewolves had worked together, had set aside generations of animosity. Because she'd been in danger, the guilt was there, heavy and familiar. But underneath it was something else: gratitude, love, and the understanding that this was what family meant, what choosing to love supernatural beings meant. It meant violence sometimes, meant danger and sacrifice, meant accepting that the people you loved would fight impossible battles to keep you safe. Edward's hand found hers, his cold fingers threading through her warm ones, and Bella leaned against him, exhausted and relieved, and fundamentally changed by what she'd witnessed. The battle was over. Victoria was dead. The newborn army was destroyed. But the story wasn't finished. The Volturi remained, their laws and judgment still hanging over Bella's eventual transformation. Jacob remained, his love for her still complicated and painful despite the alliance that had saved her life. And Bella's humanity remained, though for how much longer was the question that continued to loom over everything. For now, though, in this moment, she was alive. Edward was beside her, the Cullens were safe, and dawn was breaking over Forks, washing the clearing in golden light that made even the ash-covered battlefield look almost beautiful. They'd survived the night, and that, for now, would have to be enough. The first indication that something was wrong came from Alice, her body going rigid mid-movement as she helped gather the last of the vampire remains for burning. Her eyes went distant in that particular way that meant she was seeing something, watching futures unfold, and whatever she witnessed made the color drain from her already pale face in a way that looked physically impossible. Edward's head snapped toward her immediately, reading her thoughts, and his expression transformed into something between fury and terror. "No," he said, the single word carrying weight beyond its syllables. "They can't be. Not now." "Who?" Bella asked, though dread was already pooling in her stomach, cold and heavy. "The Volturi," Alice said, her voice tight. "They're coming. They'll be here in minutes. Jane and Alec are leading, with Felix and Dimitri, a full guard contingent." The name Jane sent ice through Bella's veins. She'd met Jane in Volterra, had felt the vampire's gift, the ability to create the illusion of burning pain so intense it drove victims to madness. Jane was cruel and ancient, and completely loyal to the Volturi's twisted sense of justice. "Why would they come now?" Carlyle asked, his diplomatic mind already working through possibilities. "We destroyed the newborn army, eliminated the threat of exposure. We did exactly what Volturi law requires, but we worked with werewolves to do it," Jasper said quietly, understanding dawning in his expression. "The Volturi know about the shapeshifters. They have to. And they know shapeshifters and vampires are natural enemies. An alliance between us would be noteworthy, possibly concerning to them. They'll want to evaluate the situation," Carlyle agreed, his expression troubled. "To determine if we've broken any laws, if we pose any threat to vampire secrecy." "What about Bella?" Edward asked, his voice hard with barely controlled panic. "She's still human. They gave us a deadline for her transformation. If they see her now, if they decide she's still too much of a risk, then we make sure they understand she'll be transformed soon," Carlyle said. "We show them respect. We answer their questions honestly, and we hope diplomacy is enough." "The wolves need to leave," Jasper said urgently. "Now, before the Volturi arrive. If they're here when the guard shows up, it could complicate everything." But the pack was already gone, having departed for the reservation immediately after the battle ended. Only the Cullens remained in the clearing, standing among the ashes of destroyed newborns, waiting for vampire royalty to arrive and passed judgment on their actions. They appeared from the northern edge of the clearing, moving with the kind of synchronized grace that spoke of centuries working together. 5 figures, all wearing dark cloaks that seemed anachronistic in the modern world, like they'd stepped out of medieval paintings rather than contemporary existence. Jane led them, tiny and delicate looking, appearing no older than 12 or 13. Her face cherubic in a way that made her gift for inflicting pain even more disturbing. Beside her walked Alec, her twin, equally young in appearance, his own gift just as terrible. Where Jane created the illusion of pain, Alec could remove all sensation, could make victims blind and deaf and numb, cutting them off from the world entirely. Behind them came Felix, massive and powerful, his size rivaling Emmett's, his expression carrying the easy confidence of someone who destroyed countless opponents. And Dimitri, the tracker, whose ability to find anyone anywhere made escape from the Volturi essentially impossible. The 5th figure was one Bella didn't recognize, a female vampire with wheat-colored hair and a calculating expression that suggested intelligence and observation. "Carlyle," Jane said, her voice high and childlike, completely at odds with the ancient cruelty in her red eyes. "What an interesting situation we find here." Carlyle moved forward, his posture respectful but not subservient, his diplomatic skills evident in every calculated gesture. "Jane," he said, inclining his head slightly, "to what do we owe the honor of your visit?" Jane's smile was terrible, sweet and poisonous in equal measure. Aro was concerned about the unusual vampire activity in Seattle, she said, her tone suggesting this was casual conversation rather than potential judgment. "So many newborns created, so much attention drawn to our kind. The Volturi take exposure very seriously. As you know, we're aware," Carlyle said, "which is why we acted to eliminate the threat. The newborn army has been destroyed, as you can see." He gestured to the smoldering piles of ash scattered across the clearing. "Yes," Alex said, his voice as childlike as his sister's, equally disturbing. "We noticed. Very efficient work. But the question remains, who created this army? Who violated our laws so flagrantly?" "A vampire named Victoria," Edward said, his voice carefully controlled. "She created the army for personal revenge, not caring about the exposure risk or the Volturi laws she was breaking." "Personal revenge," Jane repeated, her eyes finding Bella standing slightly behind Edward. "Against whom?" "Against me," Bella said, forcing herself to step forward despite the terror churning in her stomach. "And against the Cullens who protected me. Victoria's mate was destroyed last year when he hunted me. She wanted revenge." Jane's expression didn't change, but something flickered in her eyes, calculation mixing with interest. "The human," she said, "the one Aro was so fascinated by, the one who knows our secrets but remains mortal." "I'm going to be transformed," Bella said quickly, the words tumbling out. "Soon. That's already been decided. I'm just finishing my human life first, tying up loose ends." "How generous," Jane said, and her tone made it clear she thought nothing of the sort. "Tell me, Cullens, did you have help destroying this army? 20+ newborns seems like a significant force for just 7 vampires to eliminate, no matter how skilled." The question hung in the air, dangerous and pointed. Carlyle's expression remained carefully neutral, but Bella could see the tension in his shoulders, the understanding that this was the critical moment, the question that could determine their survival. "We had tactical advantages," Jasper said, stepping forward. "I have experience with newborns. Having fought in the Southern Vampire Wars, I trained the family in proper combat techniques, and we chose our battleground carefully, used terrain to our advantage. Is that all? Jane asked, her eyes narrowing slightly. No other allies? No assistance from other supernatural creatures in the area? The Quileute shapeshifters helped us, Carlyle said, choosing honesty over deception. They have a treaty with our family, an agreement that goes back 70 years. When the newborn threat endangered both our territories, both our peoples, we worked together to eliminate it. Shapeshifters, Felix repeated, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. Children of the moon, not werewolves, Carlyle clarified. Shapeshifters. They transform into wolves, but they're not slaves to the moon. Not infected. They're born with the ability, descendants of spirit warriors. The treaty between our peoples has held for 7 decades. We stay off their land. They don't expose us to humans. Jane exchanged a glance with Alec, some silent communication passing between the twins. The female vampire with wheat-colored hair stepped forward slightly, her expression thoughtful. This is Renata, Jane said, gesturing to the newcomer. She's here to evaluate the situation, to report back to Aro about whether your alliance with shapeshifters poses any threat to vampire secrecy. Renata studied the Cullens with sharp intelligence, her eyes taking in details, cataloguing everything. You work together, she said, her voice cultured and precise. Vampires and shapeshifters, natural enemies, fighting side by side. That's unprecedented. What made it possible? Necessity, Carlyle said simply, and mutual respect. The shapeshifters care about protecting their people. We care about protecting ours. The newborn army threatened both. Alliance was logical, not ideological. And now that the threat is eliminated, Renata asked, does your alliance continue? The treaty returns to its original terms, Carlyle said. Separation, respect, non-interference. The cooperation was temporary, specific to this threat. Jane was staring at Bella now, her cherubic face carrying an expression that made Bella's skin crawl. The human witnessed all of this, she said. Saw vampires fighting, saw shapeshifters transforming. She knows far too much about our world. I've always known too much, Bella said, forcing steadiness into her voice despite the fear. That was decided in Volterra. Aro gave me a deadline for transformation. I'm honoring that deadline. Are you? Jane asked, and something in her tone suggested she was genuinely curious, rather than simply threatening. Most humans beg for their mortality, plead to remain human when faced with transformation. But you seem almost eager for it. I love Edward, Bella said simply. I want forever with him. That requires transformation. I'm not afraid of becoming a vampire. Jane's expression shifted, something that might have been surprise or possibly respect. How refreshing, she said. A human who actually wants this existence rather than fighting it. Aro will be pleased to hear that. So we're free to proceed? Carlyle asked carefully. No Volturi judgment against us? You eliminated a threat to our secrecy, Jane said. You destroyed the lawbreaker who created the newborn army. You did so without drawing human attention or creating spectacle. The Volturi have no quarrel with your actions, Carlyle. However, she continued, her eyes finding Bella again, the human must be transformed soon, not years from now, not after university and career, and whatever other human experiences she thinks she needs. Soon, within months, or will return. and next time diplomacy won't be sufficient. The threat was clear, delivered in Jane's sweet child's voice, making it somehow more disturbing than if she'd been obviously menacing. Bella nodded, accepting the ultimatum, knowing she'd been given more time than she'd had any right to expect. "One more thing," Dimitri said, speaking for the first time, his voice smooth and confident. "There was a survivor, a newborn who wasn't destroyed with the others, a young female who'd been hiding rather than fighting." Edward's expression tightened, and Bella realized he must have known this, must have heard the surviving newborn's thoughts during the battle, but been too occupied to mention it. "Where is she now?" Carlyle asked. "We found her attempting to flee north," Jane said. She claimed she'd been forced to participate, that Victoria had threatened to destroy her if she didn't cooperate. She said she never wanted to hunt humans, that she was trying to escape. "What will happen to her?" Bella asked, though she already suspected the answer terrified her. "She broke Volturi law by being part of a newborn army," Jane said matter-of-factly. "The law is clear. She must be destroyed." "But she was a victim," Bella protested. "Victoria forced her into this. She didn't choose to be transformed, didn't choose to be part of the army. The law doesn't account for choice," Jane said, her tone suggesting she found Bella's protest amusing. "It accounts for actions. She was part of an illegal army, therefore she must be destroyed. The Volturi cannot afford mercy, not when our laws are what keep our species hidden." "Her name was Bree," Dimitri said, his voice carrying something that might have been regret. "She was 15 when she was transformed. Victoria took her from Seattle 2 months ago, transformed her, and gave her no choice about anything that followed." The past tense, was, rather than is, told Bella everything she needed to know. Bree was already dead, destroyed by the Volturi for the crime of being victimized by Victoria. The injustice of it settled in Bella's chest, heavy and painful. A 15-year-old girl, stolen and transformed, and forced into an army she didn't want to be part of, then executed for following orders she'd been given under threat of death. The Volturi's justice was absolute and pitiless, caring nothing for context or circumstance. Edward's hand found Bella's, squeezing gently, offering what comfort he could. He'd heard Bree's thoughts during the battle, Bella realized, had known she was terrified and confused and trying to survive rather than trying to kill. And he'd been unable to save her because protecting Bella had to come first, because choosing between strangers and loved ones always meant loved ones won. "Is there anything else?" Carlyle asked, his diplomatic tone not quite masking his own discomfort with Bree's execution. Jane surveyed the clearing one more time, her expression satisfied. "No," she said. "You've done what was necessary. The newborn threat is eliminated. Tell your shapeshifter allies that the Volturi are aware of their existence, of their treaty with you. Tell them we expect that treaty to continue to prevent exposure. Any breach of secrecy from either side will be dealt with severely." "I'll convey your message," Carlyle said. The Volturi contingent turned to leave, moving with synchronized grace back toward the northern edge of the clearing. But Jane paused, looking back at Bella one more time. "Don't make us wait too long," she said, her childlike voice carrying steel beneath the sweetness. "Transformation soon, or the next time we meet will be your last day of existence." Then they were gone, disappearing into the forest with speed that made them seem to simply vanish rather than depart. The tension that had gripped the clearing released like a broken string, everyone exhaling simultaneously. "That was too close," Alice said, her voice shaking slightly. I saw possible futures where they decided we'd broken laws, where they destroyed us all right here, but they didn't, Carlyle said, relief evident in his voice. We're safe. Bella has more time. The treaty with the wolves is acknowledged and accepted. How much time? Edward asked, his expression troubled. Jane said soon, within months. That's not much of a reprieve. It's enough, Bella said, surprised by her own certainty. Enough to graduate, to tie up loose ends with Charlie, to make sure my human life ends on my terms rather than under Volturi pressure. The clearing was silent for a moment, everyone processing what had just happened, the narrow escape they'd just experienced. Then Emmett laughed, the sound startling in its normalcy. We just fought a newborn army and survived a Volturi inspection in the same night, he said. I'd say that deserves some kind of celebration, or at least some rest, Esme said gently. We're all exhausted, even if we can't sleep. Let's go home, clean up, and be grateful we're still here to see tomorrow. The drive back to the Cullen house was quiet. Bella squeezed between Edward and Alice in the back of Carlyle's Mercedes, exhaustion finally catching up to her now that the adrenaline was fading. Her body ached. Her mind felt foggy, and the weight of everything that had happened in the past 12 hours pressed down on her like a physical thing. At the Cullen house, Esme immediately ushered Bella to a bathroom, providing clothes and towels, suggesting a hot shower might help with the shock and exhaustion. Bella stood underwater as hot as she could tolerate, watching ash and dirt swirl down the drain, trying to process everything that had happened. Victoria was dead. The newborn army was destroyed. The Volturi had come and gone without executing anyone. Jacob and the pack had survived. The Cullens were safe. By any objective measure, the night had been a success. But Bree was dead, executed for crimes she'd been forced to commit. The Volturi's deadline for Bella's transformation had been moved up, compressed into months rather than years. And somewhere in all of this, Bella had lost something she couldn't quite name, some innocence or naivety about what it meant to love a vampire, to choose their world over humanity. When she emerged from the bathroom, Edward was waiting with clean clothes borrowed from Alice and a sandwich he'd clearly asked Esme to make despite Bella's protests that she wasn't hungry. He watched her eat with that intensity that suggested he was memorizing details, storing away the mundane act of human consumption. Jacob called, Edward said quietly. He wanted to make sure you survived the night. I told him you were safe, that Victoria was destroyed. He said to tell you he's glad, that he'll see you soon. How is he? Bella asked. Is the pack okay? Minor injuries only, Edward said. Sam has a fractured rib that's already healing. Leah sprained her paw but should be fine by tomorrow. Nothing that won't resolve itself quickly. They were lucky. All things considered, we were all lucky, Bella said. Edward's expression suggested he didn't agree with that assessment, that he thought luck had nothing to do with preparation and sacrifice and alliance. But he didn't argue, just pulled Bella close, his cold arms wrapping around her in embrace that spoke of relief and lingering fear. The next days passed in a strange kind of limbo, the world continuing its normal rotation while Bella processed trauma that couldn't be shared with anyone outside the supernatural community. School was over, graduation accomplished, summer stretching ahead with its usual promise of freedom and possibility. Except Bella's summer wouldn't be normal, would be spent preparing for transformation, saying goodbye to humanity, making peace with choices that would change everything. Charlie noticed something was different. his cop's instincts picking up on the tension and exhaustion Bella couldn't quite hide. He asked careful questions, received vague answers, eventually falling back on uncomfortable silence rather than pushing for information Bella couldn't provide. Jacob visited a week after the battle, appearing on Bella's doorstep with his usual warmth and that crooked smile she'd missed. They sat on the porch, not touching but close, the physical distance between them somehow representing all the complicated feelings neither knew how to address. "We did it," Jacob said quietly. "We actually worked with vampires and survived. The pack is still trying to process it. How we managed to suppress our instincts long enough to coordinate with creatures we're designed to destroy." "You saved my life," Bella said. "You threw yourself at Victoria without hesitation. That's not something I can ever repay, Jake." "I didn't do it for repayment," Jacob said, his voice rough. "I did it because I love you, Bells. Because the thought of you dying was worse than any instinct telling me to attack Edward. Love is stronger than hate, I guess, even when it hurts." The conversation drifted to safer topics. Plans for summer, Jacob's work on a new engine project, Bella's vague mentions of spending time with Edward. They didn't talk about transformation or the Volturi's deadline, or the fact that Bella's humanity was measured now in months rather than years. Some things were too painful for words, existed better in silence and careful distance. As June bled into July, as summer heat finally penetrated even Fawkes's perpetual cloud cover, Bella found herself thinking often about Bree, about the 15-year-old girl who'd been stolen and transformed and executed, whose only crime was being in the wrong place at the wrong time, being noticed by the wrong vampire. The injustice of it gnawed at Bella, made her question whether the Volturi's absolute authority was truly justified, whether laws that allowed no room for context or mercy were really laws worth following. Edward listened when she voiced these thoughts, his expression troubled but resigned. "The Volturi maintain order," he said. "They prevent chaos, ensure our species remains hidden. Their laws are harsh because the alternative is exposure, discovery, potential extinction. Is it just? No, but it's necessary, or at least they believe it is, and we just accept that?" Bella asked. "We just let them execute victims like Bree because their laws say it's necessary." "What's the alternative?" Edward countered. "Challenge the Volturi? Start a war we can't win? The Volturi have existed for thousands of years, Bella. They have gifts and resources that make them essentially unbeatable. Rebellion isn't bravery, it's suicide." The pragmatism of his response made sense intellectually, but felt wrong emotionally. But Bella had learned that the vampire world operated by different rules than human morality, that survival sometimes required accepting injustice rather than fighting it. As July transitioned into August, as Bella's 18th birthday approached with its uncomfortable reminder of mortality and aging, she found herself thinking more seriously about transformation, not as some distant future event, but as an approaching reality, something that would happen soon, within months, whether she felt ready or not. Edward's marriage proposal remained unanswered, the question hanging between them like unfinished business. He'd offered her forever in exchange for a ceremony, for public commitment before supernatural transformation, and Bella still hadn't decided if that trade was acceptable, if marriage was something she wanted or just something Edward needed. They discussed it one night in her room, Charlie asleep downstairs, the house quiet around them. Edward sat in the rocking chair, Bella on the bed, the familiar positions they'd occupied countless times. "I need an answer," Edward said gently. Not because I'm pressuring you, but because the timeline is compressed now. The Volturi want you transformed within months. If we're going to do this properly, if marriage comes before transformation, then we need to plan. I'm still scared of marriage, Bella admitted. Scared of repeating my parents' mistakes. Scared of commitment that feels more permanent than immortality somehow. Marriage is just a ceremony, Edward said. Legal documents and public promises. The real commitment is choosing to love someone despite their flaws, despite obstacles, despite the universe trying to keep you apart. We've already made that commitment, Bella. The ceremony is just acknowledging it publicly. Is it really that important to you? Bella asked. Important enough that it's a condition of transformation? Edward was quiet for a long moment, considering his answer. It's important to me because I'm old-fashioned, he said finally. Because I was raised in a time when marriage preceded everything else, when propriety and honor mattered. But more than that, it's important because I want to do this right. I want to give you every human experience I can before taking your humanity. Marriage, honeymoon, the whole traditional progression. You'll have eternity as a vampire, Bella, but you only get one human life, and I want to honor that life properly before ending it. The sincerity in his voice, the genuine desire to protect her humanity, even as he facilitated its end, made Bella's decision suddenly clear. Okay, she said. Yes, I'll marry you. We'll do it properly, traditionally, all of it. And then I'll become like you, and we'll have forever. Edward's face transformed, joy replacing the careful control he'd maintained. You mean it? He asked. You're actually saying yes? I'm saying yes, Bella confirmed. I choose you, Edward. I choose forever. I choose marriage and transformation, and whatever comes after, all of it. Edward crossed to the bed in a blur of motion, pulling Bella into his arms, his cold lips finding hers in a kiss that tasted like promise and relief, and the twilight space between human and immortal. When he pulled back, his eyes were bright with something that looked suspiciously like tears he couldn't shed. Alice is going to be insufferable, he said, and Bella laughed despite everything. Despite trauma and fear and the approaching end of humanity. Let her plan her perfect wedding, Bella said. Let her have this. After everything we've all been through, we could use some happiness, some celebration. That night, lying in bed with Edward's cold arms around her, Bella thought about choices and their consequences, about the path she'd chosen and where it was leading. She'd faced vampire armies and Volturi judgment, had been protected by werewolves who should have been enemies, had survived things that should have killed her multiple times over, and she'd chosen this, chosen Edward, chosen transformation, chosen a future that was both terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. The battle was over, but the story continued, moving forward into whatever came next. Outside her window, Fawkes slept on, the rain that had held off for days finally returning, gentle drops against glass, the familiar soundtrack of her human life. Soon, that rain wouldn't bother her, wouldn't make her cold or uncomfortable. Soon, she'd be something other than human, something that could stand in storms without flinching, that could move through the world with supernatural grace. But not yet. For now, she was still Bella Swan, still human, still warm and mortal and alive. And that, for these final months, would be enough. The battle had ended. The choice was made. And whatever came next, they'd face it together. Vampire and human, soon to be vampire, standing in the twilight space between worlds, between mortality and forever, between the life she'd known and the one waiting just beyond her reach. The engagement ring appeared 3 days after Bella said yes, materializing on her finger one evening when Edward decided the time for secrecy had passed. It was old, Edward explained, from his human mother, a family heirloom that had survived a century waiting for the right moment, the right person. The band was delicate gold, the stone a modest diamond that caught light in ways that seemed impossible for its size, refracting brilliance from angles that defied physics. It belonged to Elizabeth Marson, Edward said softly, his cold fingers touching the ring on Bella's hand with reverence. My mother. She gave it to Carlyle the night she begged him to save me, told him that if I survived, if I found love somehow despite what I'd become, this ring should go to the woman who could love a monster. She couldn't have known what Carlyle would make me, but somehow she understood I'd need this someday. The weight of that history, of wearing a ring that had belonged to a woman dead for over 90 years, a woman whose final act had been begging a vampire to transform her dying son, settled onto Bella's finger like an anchor. It was beautiful and tragic and perfect. Exactly the kind of complicated symbol their relationship had always been. Charlie noticed the ring immediately the next morning, his eyes going wide over his coffee cup, his expression cycling through surprise and concern and something that might have been resignation. He'd known this was coming, had probably seen it approaching since Edward had returned from Italy. But knowing and seeing were different things. You're engaged, he said, making it a statement rather than a question. Yes, Bella said, forcing brightness into her tone despite the guilt churning in her stomach. Edward proposed. I said yes. Charlie was quiet for a long moment, his cop's face working through emotions he didn't quite know how to express. You're 18, he finally said, barely graduated high school. You have college ahead of you, your whole life to figure out. Why rush into marriage? Because I love him, Bella said simply. Because I want to spend my life with him. And I know it seems fast, but it feels right, Dad. It feels like what I'm supposed to do. Charlie's expression suggested he disagreed with that assessment, but knew arguing was pointless. His daughter had inherited his stubbornness, his tendency to make decisions and stick to them regardless of outside opinion. Just promise me you'll think about it, he said. Really think about it. Marriage is permanent, Bella. It's not something you can take back if you change your mind. The irony of that statement, given that Bella was also planning a transformation that was infinitely more permanent than marriage, almost made her laugh. But she just nodded, accepted Charlie's concern, let him believe his fatherly advice might actually influence her decision. Billy Black called that afternoon, his voice tight with concern when Charlie passed the phone to Bella. He'd heard about the engagement from Charlie, wanted to speak to Bella directly, to make sure she understood what she was choosing. You don't have to do this, Billy said, his tone gentle but firm. Marriage, transformation, throwing your life away for a vampire. There are other options, Bella. Other futures that don't involve giving up your humanity. I'm not giving up anything, Bella said, though even she could hear the lie in those words. I'm choosing a different future than you think I should have. But it's my choice, Billy. Mine. Not Edward's, not the Volturi's. Mine. Billy was quiet for a long moment, and Bella could hear Billy talking to someone in the background. Probably Jacob. The conversation muffled. Then Billy spoke again, his voice heavy with resignation. Jacob wants to talk to you, he said. But Bella, please think about this. Really think about what you're trading for this vampire's version of love. The phone exchanged hands, and then Jacob's voice came through, rough with emotion. Bells, he said. Tell me this isn't real. Tell me you're not actually doing this. I'm doing this, Bella said quietly. I'm marrying Edward, and after that, I'm being transformed. That's the plan, Jake. That's what I've chosen. Jacob's breath came harsh through the phone, angry and hurt in equal measure. You're choosing to die, he said. You're choosing to become a bloodsucker, to give up everything that makes you human, everything that makes you you. How can you do that? How can you choose him over your own life? I'm not choosing him over my life, Bella protested. I'm choosing a different kind of life, one where I get to be with Edward forever, where I'm not constantly fragile and vulnerable, where I can be equal to him rather than something he has to protect. You'll be a monster, Jacob said, and the word landed like a physical blow. You'll be a dead thing pretending to be alive. You'll never feel warm again, never eat or sleep or have kids. You'll give up every human experience for what? For some vampire's promise of forever. That's not love, Bella. That's suicide. The words hurt because they echoed Bella's own occasional doubts, the quiet fears she tried not to examine too closely. But beneath the hurt was certainty, the bone-deep knowledge that this was what she wanted, what she'd chosen, what felt right despite all logic screaming otherwise. I'm sorry you feel that way, Bella said, her voice shaking. I'm sorry my choice hurts you, but it's my choice, Jake, and I need you to respect it, even if you can't understand it. I can't do that, Jacob said, and there was finality in his voice that made Bella's throat tight. I can't stand by and watch you destroy yourself. I can't pretend to be okay with you becoming one of them. So I guess this is goodbye, Bells, because I can't be in your life if this is the path you're choosing. The line went dead before Bella could respond, the click of disconnection like a period at the end of a sentence, final and absolute. She sat, holding the phone, tears sliding down her cheeks, mourning the loss of her best friend, even as she knew she'd made the only choice she could live with. Edward found her crying on the couch, appeared beside her with that supernatural speed, his cold arms pulling her close. He didn't ask what had happened, didn't need to when the answer was obvious. Jacob had made his position clear, had chosen his own path just as Bella had chosen hers, and those paths no longer intersected. I'm sorry, Edward said into her hair. I know you care about him. I know losing him hurts. He'll come back eventually, Bella said, though she wasn't sure she believed it. Once I'm transformed, once I'm no longer fragile, maybe he'll be able to accept it. Maybe, Edward agreed, but his tone suggested he thought otherwise. Alice threw herself into wedding planning with the enthusiasm of someone who'd been waiting decades for this opportunity. She appeared at Bella's house the next day with armfuls of bridal magazines and fabric samples, her eyes bright with visions of the perfect ceremony, the ideal dress, the flawless celebration. August wedding, Alice announced, spreading magazines across Bella's bed. Outdoor ceremony at our house, the forest as backdrop. Small guest list, maybe 50 people, mostly your school friends and our family. Reception in the backyard with white lights and flowers everywhere. It'll be perfect, Bella. I've seen it. August, Bella repeated, her mind calculating. That's less than a month away, the Volturi said soon. Alice reminded her, her tone gentle but firm. We can't wait months or years. August gives you time to prepare, time to say goodbye to your human life properly, but doesn't risk the Volturi losing patience. And besides, she added with a grin, I've already seen it. The wedding is August 13th at sunset. Everything works out perfectly, the certainty in Alice's voice, The confidence that came from literally seeing the future made arguing seem pointless. Bella surrendered to Alice's planning, let herself be dragged to bridal shops in Port Angeles and Seattle, tried on dresses that all seemed too formal, too wedding-like, too much like something from a life she'd never quite inhabited. Finally, in a small boutique in Seattle that Alice had seen in her visions, Bella found a dress that felt right. It was simpler than the others, elegant rather than elaborate, with long sleeves and a modest neckline that somehow managed to be both traditional and modern. The fabric was satin that caught light in subtle ways, the train long but not ostentatious. When Bella looked at herself in the mirror, she saw someone who looked almost like a bride, almost like she belonged in this costume. "Perfect," Alice breathed, her eyes distant as she watched futures. "Edward's going to lose his mind when he sees you in this." The days blurred together, wedding preparation mixing with the strange melancholy of saying goodbye to humanity. Bella spent time with Charlie, soaking up his presence, memorizing the sound of his gruff voice and awkward affection. She called Renee in Florida, listened to her mother's excited chatter about the wedding, accepted congratulations that felt hollow given that Renee had no idea her daughter was also planning to become a vampire. Angela threw a small bridal shower, just a few girls from school, an afternoon of terrible games and genuine affection. Jessica was there, already planning her own eventual wedding, despite being single. Her enthusiasm infectious, even when discussing something as mundane as centerpieces. Lauren came despite her usual coolness toward Bella, bringing an expensive gift and managing to be almost pleasant. And Angela, sweet Angela, gave Bella a photo album for wedding pictures, her quiet thoughtfulness a balm against the chaos of preparation. Bella went through the motions, smiled and thanked, and pretended this was normal, that she was a normal bride preparing for a normal wedding. But underneath the surface, she was counting down days until transformation, until the end of humanity, until she became something other than Bella Swan. Edward remained constant through it all, his presence a cold comfort, his love evident in every protective gesture and worried glance. He brought her gifts, small things that spoke of his century of existence, a first edition book from 1923, a necklace that had belonged to a duchess in 1850s London, a photograph of his human mother, Elizabeth Marson, the only picture that had survived his transformation, showing a woman with Edward's eyes and a gentle smile. "I want you to know her," Edward said, placing the photograph carefully in Bella's hands. "Want you to understand where I came from, who shaped me before Carlyle transformed me. She was kind and strong, and she loved me fiercely. I think she would have liked you." The photograph was old, sepia-toned, the woman in it frozen at an age Bella would soon surpass and then never reach again. Elizabeth Mason had died at 32, the Spanish influenza taking her the same night it had taken Edward's father, leaving her just enough time to beg Carlyle to save her son by whatever means necessary. She'd known she was asking for something supernatural, had recognized Carlyle as other than human, and she'd made that choice anyway because love for her son outweighed fear of the unknown. Bella understood that desperation, that willingness to sacrifice anything for love. She was making the same choice, trading humanity for forever, accepting transformation because life without Edward felt impossible, unimaginable, worse than any loss of mortality. The wedding preparations continued, relentless and overwhelming. Invitations were sent to the small guest list, elegant cream cardstock with gold lettering announcing the marriage of Isabella Marie Swan to Edward Anthony Cullen on August 13th at 6 in the evening. Charlie signed his name on the invitations with visible reluctance, still clearly uncomfortable with his barely adult daughter getting married, but accepting that his opinion wouldn't change her mind. Renee called 3 times, asking if Bella was sure, if this was really what she wanted, if maybe they should wait until after college. Each time, Bella reassured her mother, lied with practiced ease about being certain, and happy and ready. The guilt of those lies sat heavy, but the alternative was explaining the Volturian vampires and transformation, truths that would sound like insanity to anyone outside the supernatural world. A week before the wedding, Bella went to La Push one final time. She drove down in her truck, the familiar route feeling different now, weighted with finality. Billy was on the porch when she arrived, his wheelchair positioned to catch the afternoon sun, his expression troubled when he saw her. "He's not here," Billy said before Bella could ask. "Jacob left 3 days ago, shifted to wolf form and ran. Didn't tell anyone where he was going or when he'd be back. Sam thinks he's up in Canada, running off the pain. He does that sometimes when things get too heavy, when his emotions threaten to overwhelm his control." The news hit Bella harder than she'd expected. She'd known Jacob disapproved of her choices, had known he was hurt and angry, but part of her had hoped he'd come to the wedding anyway, would be there despite his feelings, would give her one last chance to say goodbye before transformation changed everything. "I wanted to see him," Bella said quietly, "before the wedding. I wanted to tell him goodbye properly." Billy's expression softened with sympathy. "He knows you love him," he said, "just not the way he needs you to. That's not your fault, Bella. You can't control who you love or how you love them. But understanding doesn't make it hurt less. Will you tell him," Bella asked, "when he comes back, that I'm sorry, that I never meant to hurt him, that he'll always be important to me, even if I'm not human anymore?" "I'll tell him," Billy promised. "But Bella, you should know that once you're transformed, once you're one of them, the treaty becomes complicated. You'll be a vampire on Cullen land, protected by their family. But if you come to the reservation, if you cross that boundary, the pack will see you as threat, as enemy. Jacob won't be able to protect you from that, no matter how much he might want to." The implications of that settled over Bella like a weight. Once she was transformed, she wouldn't just lose her humanity, she'd lose access to La Push, to the reservation, to the place where Jacob lived. Their friendship, already strained past breaking, would become completely impossible, separated not just by emotional pain, but by ancient treaty and supernatural law. "I understand," Bella said, though understanding didn't make it any easier. She left La Push knowing it was the last time she'd see it as human, the last time she'd drive these roads without being a threat to the people who lived there. The loss of Jacob, of the warmth and normalcy he'd represented, felt like another death, another sacrifice on the altar of choosing Edward. The night before the wedding, Bella couldn't sleep despite exhaustion. She lay in her narrow bed, staring at the ceiling, her mind spinning through everything that would happen tomorrow. The ceremony, the vows, becoming Edward's wife, and then, after a honeymoon Alice had planned but refused to reveal details about the transformation itself, Edward appeared through the window around midnight, his timing perfect as always, sensing when Bella needed him most. He settled into the rocking chair, his golden eyes reflecting what little light came through the window. "Nervous?" he asked gently. "Terrified," Bella admitted. "Not of marrying you, but of everything it represents. The end of humanity, the beginning of forever, all of it. Edward crossed to the bed, lying down beside her, his cold body pressing against her warmth. "We can wait," he said. "If you're not ready, if you need more time, we can postpone. Alice's visions aren't absolute, Bella. We can choose different futures." But the Volturi's deadline remained, the pressure of their impatience hanging over everything. And beneath her fear, Bella knew she wanted this, wanted Edward and transformation and forever, wanted to stop being the fragile human everyone had to protect. "I don't want to wait," Bella said. "I want tomorrow. I want you. I want all of it, even the scary parts." Edward's arms tightened around her, his face pressing into her hair. "You're the bravest person I've ever known," he said. "The strongest, and I'll spend eternity trying to deserve you." They lay together in the darkness, human and vampire, warmth and cold, counting down the hours until dawn brought the wedding day. Bella drifted finally towards sleep, Edward's humming filling the quiet, a melody he'd composed that spoke of love and fear and hope intertwined. Her last thought before unconsciousness claimed her was of Jacob, somewhere in Canada or Alaska or wherever he'd run, his russet wolf form carrying him away from pain he couldn't face. She hoped he'd forgive her eventually, hoped that someday, somehow, they'd find a way back to friendship despite transformation and treaty, and the impossible gulf between vampire and werewolf. But if forgiveness never came, if Jacob remained lost to her forever, she'd accept that as the price of her choice, because she'd chosen Edward, chosen immortality, chosen a future that was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. Tomorrow she'd become his wife. Soon after, she'd become like him, cold and strong and immortal. And somewhere beyond that transformation, beyond the pain and change and loss of everything human, waited forever. The wedding dress hung in her closet, white and perfect and waiting. Alice's visions showed everything working perfectly. Edward's love surrounded her like armor, and tomorrow everything would change. The final human chapter closing, the vampire one beginning. Bella Swan slept, her last night as a single human, her last hours before vows that would bind her to a vampire for eternity. And in the rocking chair beside her bed, Edward Cullen kept watch, memorizing the sound of her heartbeat, the warmth of her skin, the humanity that would soon be sacrificed for forever. The choice was made, the path was set, and tomorrow, in a clearing in the forest surrounded by vampires and humans who loved her, Bella would step across the threshold between one life and another, between mortality and immortality, between Bella Swan and whatever she would become after transformation remade her entirely. Outside, Forks slept beneath its perpetual clouds, unaware that tomorrow one of its own would make vows that transcended human understanding, would begin the process of becoming something other than human, would choose forever over the finite, beautiful tragedy of mortal existence. The countdown had reached its end. Tomorrow, everything changed, and Bella, sleeping in Edward's cold arms, dreamed of white dresses and golden eyes and a future that stretched into eternity, endless and unknown and chosen with full knowledge of what it would cost. And so Bella Swan stood at the threshold between two worlds, her choice made with eyes wide open, her heart committed to a path that terrified and exhilarated in equal measure. The battle had been won, Victoria's revenge ending in ash and fire. The Volturi had come and gone, their judgment delivered, their deadline set. Jacob had run, carrying his heartbreak into wilderness, where pain might be manageable. And tomorrow, Bella would speak vows that meant forever, in ways no human marriage ever could. She'd chosen Edward, chosen transformation, chosen immortality over the human experiences others thought she should value. The cost had been high. Jacob lost, humanity sacrificed, the life Charlie and Renee had imagined abandoned entirely. But the reward was Edward, was forever, was becoming something more than fragile human. Tomorrow the wedding, soon the transformation, and beyond that, eternity waited, patient and inevitable. So close your eyes now, drift into dreams where choices are simple and love costs nothing. Let Bella's story carry you into sleep, her impossible love and dangerous choices fading as consciousness slips away. Rest well, travelers. The twilight deepens, the story transforms, and somewhere in the space between human and immortal, Bella finds her forever, cold and eternal, and chosen with all the fierce certainty of love that transcends mortality itself. Sweet dreams.